House resumes and debate continues. Oh no. You were up? Yeah. Okay, you'll go after the Honorable Minister. Yeah. Yes, I recognize the Honorable Minister Dennis Charles. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I didn't intend to say much today, but I felt compelled after listening to the Honorable Senator John Finn to respond to some reckless statements, or one could say gossip, brought into the House, this honorable House, this afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have respect for my seniors. Seniors who I regard as my elders either by age or by experience. Senator John Finn is my senior by age, but junior in parliamentary experience. But Senator John Finn has two issues, Mr. Speaker. One, she always appears to be confused, because it's as if, Mr. Speaker, she got the papers and realized that it is time for Parliament, and she went to visit the fish market and figure what is the latest gossip around town, picked up a few notes of what she heard, and came to present that as research and factual information in the House. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, why I think she appears to be confused is that she speaks about reckless spending, excess, no budgeting, no planning, as if that was the period of governance between 1995 to 1999. Because the last government we have on record that almost collapsed the Dominican economy was the United Workers' Party. That is the only party on record that could not pay civil servants. At the end of the month, you're baffled, you're wondering, am I going to get paid today, tomorrow, next week? Not the Dominica Labour Party government, the United Workers' Party government, which she's happy to be a part of. The second, Mr. Speaker, DSS almost went bankrupt under the United Workers' Party government. And don't talk about DAPEX, which collapsed in the hands of members of the United Workers' Party government. So, Mr. Speaker, and let me not remind them of who borrowed funds at a commercial bank in Trinidad. What, Honorable Douglas, how many millions? 14 million? $140 million at 14% on the backs of hard-working, ordinary Dominicans. Didn't they think about the future and the generations to come? That we still, after 20 years, we are still paying that debt. So I think she mixes up the governance period. But let her know that is only under the Dominica Labour Party government that financial institutions like the Aid Bank and IMF got restored confidence in our economy. And that is why today we can attract interest rates of 1 to 3%, sometimes even 0.5%, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I needed to make that point to correct some of the gossip we heard here in the House. It's first time for me hearing so much gossip and people even admitting when they're speaking that they're not sure if what they're saying is factual, but they're repeating it, Mr. Speaker. But I'm here to learn, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, a comment was also made about monies at the aid bank. And Mr. Speaker, if you remember when the Prime Minister made the announcement, he said we will first capitalize the fund with $5 million. And every borrower could apply for up to $15,000. Now I'm going to bring you some facts, not gossip, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 5 million, if you take 5 million divided by 15, about 333 people, if each of them applied for 15 million, would qualify under the fund. Mr. Speaker, to date, 346 people have benefited from that 5 million fund. And the aid bank has about an extra 5 million of people, $5 million of financing, which people applied for. So you have funding of about 5 million that people have applied for financing for their small business under the aid bank. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, this government announced in the budget the plan to also further capitalize a fund of 15 million at the aid bank so small business can access to sustain, upgrade, or improve their businesses, Mr. Speaker. And if you look at the reason why we are loaning the funds from aid bank, it says very clearly, for the health response to the pandemic, sustain livelihoods, and the economy. And what did Senator Joan Finn call that? The same people she claims to care about? Excess, overspending. That is what she's saying. We are borrowing in excess to help the poor people of Dominica, Mr. Speaker. But let the record show that it is because of our prudent and responsible manner of the Prime Minister and this government of managing Dominica affairs that we can access funding at such low rates, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, another thing was mentioned about no jobs. And I was shocked. And that we're choosing, and people they're choosing and picking who gets hired. Mr. Speaker, she need to take a drive and stop at Tranquility Beach in Salisbury. And the Honorable John should advise of how many people from his constituency who do not support the Dominica Labour Party that are employed on that project. Jobs for the people of Salisbury. Of course, it's a CBI-funded project. Where do you think the money coming from? The same CBI you just said you don't know. It's a CBI-funded project. You see, Mr. Speaker, that's why I said people speak on gossip. I am bringing facts to the House. The Jungle Bay employing about 100 people. And they expect to finish the... Mr. Speaker, tell the Honorable John, we know many people from Salisbury are employed on the project, but the Honorable said John Finn didn't know, so I'm informing her. And after the completion of that project, that will create over another 100 jobs post-construction. Let's go to Jungle Bay. You have about 100 people, about 50 people employed now because of the pandemic and the closure of the resorts. You know, they're just picking up pace. But, Mr. Speaker, Jungle Bay, the second phase will be completed by the first quarter of 2021. And Mr. Raphael has indicated to me the plan to employ additional 100 people, Mr. Speaker. Jobs for young people. Mr. Speaker, and let us talk about the Minister of Digital Economy, who just finished launch his first training, and 65 people graduated, and he proudly announced to us that all 65 or 50 have received jobs already, Mr. Speaker, and that is just the first set of people. So let us be real, and let us be honest about who is creating jobs, and don't even talk about when we start the international airport, the number of jobs that is going to create for everyone. Whether you're young, whether you're a carpenter, whether you have heavy equipment, whether you can provide food, whether you can wash clothes, because Wesley and Woodford is going to be bubbling. And I'm really happy for my colleague, the Honorable Grant, and the number of jobs that he's going to create in the Wesley constituency and the rest of Dominica, because all sectors stand to benefit from this massive project, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I felt that it was important that I rose to correct the innuendos and gossip that I seen occurring in the House this morning. It was really unfortunate that the Senator John Finn is so uninformed about what is happening in Dominica. And I will give her a page that if any time she's preparing to present to the House and she has misinformation, she can always check her parliamentary representative, who is doing an excellent job and always has a wealth of information to share, to enlighten her of what's happening in the country so she can be better informed and not make a fool of herself in the parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, I recognize the Honorable Danny Luge, member for Rozonoff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, Mr. Speaker, this Honorable House seeks authorization to borrow from the OPEC fund the sum of EC $27 million. Section 3.1 of the Loans Act, Chapter 6405, gives authority to so do. We on this side of the House recognize the outstanding work of the rank and file of our health department in keeping us safe in Dominica. We commend our health professionals, and we continue to advocate for personal responsibility on the part of each citizen to continue the wearing of masks, washing of hands, social distancing, and all the other health protocols. However, Mr. Speaker, we still see Friday night lawlessness on the Riverside Promenade. COVID-19 does not discriminate. It will not afflict or affect based on political preference, so that all of us, every Dominican, must take personal responsibility. In this festive season, it is so easy to let down our guards and reverse the gains we've made to date.
Are you reading without the chair's permission?
No, I'm not reading, but I'm referring to my notes. But it's good that you're looking at me today, Mr. Speaker, and overlooking others. But, Mr. Speaker, on the question of the OPEC $27 million loan, if we are not careful, what we will do, we will saddle our children and our grandchildren with unsustainable debt burden. And we need to think more carefully about loans we contract. Earlier this year, during the 2020-2021 budget debate, $4,500,000 was contracted in loan for COVID emergency response. We also note that the country's debt as at June 2020 stood at $1,233,864,369.86. By the time Parliament meets for the 2021 to 22 budget, I would not be surprised if our national debt is $2 billion. And I worry about how our children, because we are not the ones who are going to repay these loans, you know. Some of us are of retirement age, like Honorable Reggie Austria and myself. So it will be left to our children and our grandchildren to take care of these loans. The question is, where are the industries to generate the jobs? Where is our agricultural exports? Where is the geothermal plant to reduce the cost of energy? And so I'd like to make a counter proposal today. The minutes we confirmed earlier today, the Minister of Finance told us that in the citizenship by investment total funds on page 8, received under the various options, 2017-2018, we got 376.6 million. 2018-2019, 480.7 million. 2019-2020, 463.6 million. That's a total of 1.3 billion. This is the calculation of this government. This is the calculation of the finance minister. And by his own admission, the Prime Minister or the Minister of Finance, on a special dispensation, he admitted that there is much more passport funds not held in our consolidated funds. And that's funds for housing programs. So, Mr. Speaker, I am proposing today that instead of contracting a loan for fighting COVID, we can approach MMC, sit down with MMC, and the same way that we diverted funds for the building of the health centers and the Marigot Hospital, we can do the same thing for fighting of COVID. Mr. Speaker, you know, we should not even be debating this, you know. As far as I'm concerned, contracting a loan as opposed to approaching MMC to zero in on the fight for COVID, it's a no-brainer. Our time would have been better spent discussing funding of the much talked about international airport using MMC fund, not as a loan, because it's our proceeds of Dominica's passport. And secondly, we should also be talking about a stimulus package which have eluded us for the entire year. This is what we should be discussing. Now, over the lunch hour, I reflected on some of the statements that was made within this House. And I concluded that Dominica is really a unique country where government treasury is in serious financial difficulty, but the Labour Party is liquid, swimming in cash. Why do I say so? While the government contract loans of 27 million for COVID mitigation, we heard Prime Minister Kerry right here in this House boasting of 7 containers of ham and turkey and dozens of containers of toys. I wonder who is funding this. So while our children will be saddled with this new debt of 27 million on the one hand, on the other hand, 27 million falls from the sky into the Labour Party bank account for toys and ham. So we contract loan for COVID while we pay cash for Christmas hams and turkeys. Who does that, Mr. Speaker? Well, Prime Minister Kerry told us that he does his transaction by cash, and we see it now. I wonder what the supermarkets in Roseau, which stock up on hams and turkey, think of this gesture. Could not the hams and turkey be bought from them? I guess not. All transactions originated in overseas locations. It's campaign mode all over again. There was also this great boast about the international airport. The question is, if the contractors were handed over the land this month, December, why aren't we discussing the financing plan today in this House? What is the financing arrangement for the airport? Is it like the special dispensation housing option? Is it MMC? Is it 800 million? Is it $1 billion? Do we have to recompense the funder, and why? Or is it our passport money? Will we pay twice for an international airport like we promised to do for the Marigot Hospital and all the health centers? Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Speaker,
I hope this honorable
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order.
House gets answers today. I thank you very much.
You finish? Okay, thank you. I don't normally do that, but I was just on the question.
Sit down, man.
On the question of
Sit down.
relevance.
Sit down, you're too slow.
Yeah, we stop here.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I just want to add a few words so my voice be heard in this Parliament on this matter. I should have noticed, Mr. Speaker, that those last couple of days I've been doing some real soul-searching reflections, and I'm not going to allow the machinations of the opposition move me off track. So you will be hearing a different Reggie Austri in the next days and weeks and months coming up. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we sat there this morning and we were all sort of surprised that the opposition was so very quiet. Now I have my dog, Mr. Speaker. I have a dog too, not an expensive one, not a golden one. I do have a dog, one of those chihuahuas. And the dog would lie very, very low until I get very close to it, and it would spring at me, you know? And so I know my colleagues here were sort of surprised by the quietness of the opposition, but I wasn't. And I knew it was only going to be a matter of time before they showed their true colors, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we in Dominica should be proud of the efforts that we have made in terms of the fight against COVID. And the figures speak for themselves, Mr. Speaker. We get these bulletins ever so often from Antigua and St. Martin and all the other countries, Grenada. And Mr. Speaker, it's miraculous that we only have maybe 3 or 4 active cases right now, which ideally we should not have any cases, but we have 3 or 4. And so, Mr. Speaker, I believe that we have attracted the attention of the international community as to what is it that we're doing to ensure that we can continue to keep our people safe from COVID. But we'll admit, Mr. Speaker, that it's not an easy exercise, because had it been easy, then everybody would be on the same level. But the fact that we're so far ahead of the pack, it means that we're doing something very, very special. Because we know, Mr. Speaker, not only for medical reasons, but also for economic reasons, we would like to keep COVID as far away from our borders. And so, Mr. Speaker, I believe that no amount of money is too much money to spend on keeping our people safe and keeping our country safe. And this government, Mr. Speaker, we have a record of repaying our debts. If it's one thing that we're very good at, is repaying our debts. In fact, Mr. Speaker, what I've heard us saying, that there are institutions knocking on our doors, come and borrow some more money from us. We have money. Just come and tell us what you need, and we'll help you out because of our prudent management of our resources. Remember the days, Mr. Speaker, when nobody wanted to give us money. Remember the days, Mr. Speaker, when he couldn't pay our public officers, and that was not the Labour Party government. Remember the days where retirees and pensioners could not get what was really due to them after 30 and 40 years of hard work. Remember the days when the local private sector, I'm not sure where the senator was at the time, or unless she knew and she just wanted to compliment us and tell us, be careful that you guys don't go back down the road where we were between 1995 and 2000. Remember the days, Mr. Speaker, and even this famous $140 million. How did we arrive there? We arrived there because no institution wanted to loan any money to the then government. In fact, there's a famous quotation that nobody has ever seized the country yet. So what's your problem? Let's borrow the money, even if we may advise against it, but no country has never been seized for debt. So let's swim in debt, Mr. Speaker. And even, Mr. Speaker, with all this money in our hands, we still call an early election. And we're wondering, why is it that you have money, you go to build an airport, you have designs, everything, but yet still you want to go for an election, when you yourself have admitted that an airport is a very political instrument for us at the time. So it seemed to me, Mr. Speaker, that this economy was really rock bottom, and we had to take these sort of actions to cover up the situation at the time in the country. Mr. Speaker, so the fact that, and we need to understand it too, Mr. Speaker, it's not because you have money, and businessman, you're a businessman, Mr. Speaker, you may have liquid cash in the bank, but you may choose to use loan financing based on the conditions on that which you get in the loan, 1%, 3%, 10 years moratorium. If the condition for receiving or obtaining a loan is so favorable, you might as well leave your cash for other exigencies. Like, for example, Mr. Speaker, and I heard the senator saying that it's time to stop this housing business that we have going on and use the money to fight COVID, Mr. Speaker. And that has always been the view of the United Workers' Party, that we should stop this housing program. That is the view that has been expressed by the United Workers' Party, that we're wasting money to build homes for unfortunate and poor people in this country. That is what we heard from the United Workers' Party, and it was reiterated today by the senator that we should.
The senator is on her feet.
I never said stop the
No,
housing program.
you have to say on what standing. What is your standing order? This is. Continue, Honorable Minister.
Yeah.
Honorable Minister, continue.
But Mr. Speaker, you see, we probably didn't pay attention to it because that is the view expressed by the United Workers' Party, that we're building good houses for poor people. And these houses are too good for poor people. And today the senator is saying to us that the government should seriously consider halting the housing program and to use the money to fight COVID. Even when we can attract concessionary loans and loans at good terms to fight COVID and continue the housing program at the same time. You need to pray for yourself. You need to pray for yourself, Senator John Finn, because you came here to give a contribution, a lady in your retirement age, and to make a contribution based on hearsay and gossip and power live and power bottom, Mr. Speaker. Bayside and Riverside
yes,
story.
okay, nice.
Gossip, pure gossip, that I'm not sure, but if it's true, then that is what I will do, but I'm not sure. You come here making statements talking about 1.2 billion and 2.2 billion without any shred of evidence. In fact, the perpetrator of this 2 billion story told you that that is an opinion of his. He doesn't have any facts to back it up, but it's his opinion that there is a $2.2 billion hidden somewhere, and only the senator from Castle Bruce can find it or know where it is, Mr. Speaker.
Senator John Finn.
Senator John Finn. And you know, Mr. Speaker, I've asked in his house, why is Senator John Finn here? You know, why is she here? Not that him. I've been here for long. I've been here from the time I was in my teens. So if I'm here now, it's because I've always been here. But coming from where you came from, and I know why she's here. Because she's the only person who the United Workers' Party could use to spread their propaganda and their mischief, Mr. Speaker. She's the only person with that skill who would pick up a document and come to Parliament and to read the document given to her or written for her without understanding. It doesn't have nothing to do with being bright, my brother. This has nothing to do with bright. This is the Parliament. And I can tell you that some of the people who made the biggest contributions to this country's development were not considered to be bright people, Mr. Speaker. Some of the people who have made the biggest contribution to the development of this country were not necessarily considered to be bright people. So I'm not challenging, and of course, she might have been bright. But what is being demonstrated here does not add up to it. That is a mismatch with what we hear from a lady who was supposed to be bride, who had our children under her wings and training them. That to come to the parliament, and to make a contribution based on a document that was written to you by the most mischievous people in this country. Mischievous people. Mr. Speaker, I swear I was listening to a program on Q95, because that is a document that originated from Q95. And the poor lady, my relative, the poor lady, she said she's not my relative.
It's unparliamentary to say poor lady. So,
She disowning me now, Mr. Disbuck, she disowning me. I was trying to help her and tell her do not allow herself to be used by Lennox Linton and the United Workers' Party to spread mischief, confusion in this country, Mr. Speaker. I mean, you're not a puppet. You should stand on your own.
You can't stop anybody now.
But for what?
Like a friction.
But for what?
Anybody can say anything now, you know.
Mr.
Anybody can say anything.
See, that's the problem, you know, Mr. Speaker. And I told you I was going to use a different line. I'm not going to be my old self. This is my new self.
No, stay focused, not to lose the line.
Yes.
Yes, stay focused.
Yes. And Mr. Speaker, you notice, I'm not sure if you notice, that every time the urge to misbehave comes from the members of Salisbury, he puts on his microphone. So the world can hear. His paymasters, his paymasters can hear him misbehaving, because his agenda is to come to this parliament and to misbehave. And I'm not sure who is footing that bill. If you notice, every time he comes to do an aside, he turns on his microphone. So the world can hear him, Mr. Speaker, because it appears that he's spent to this parliament to misbehave, Mr. Speaker. So that's the modus operandi. But I need to warn my lady friend from the East. Yeah. Senator,
John,
you have challenges. I'm from Castle Bruce. I know your challenges, domestic and otherwise. I know what you're going through. And it's not easy. It's not easy. Yeah. I know what she's going through. Mr. Speaker. I'm from Castle Bruce. But she must not allow, because she has these weaknesses about her, she must not allow herself to be used by the United Workers' Party to misbehave, to misinform, and to come and gossip in this parliament, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the resources, we can see what's happening to the state resources. Because while we're fighting COVID, we cannot put the rest of the country on pause to fight COVID. It must happen simultaneously. So while we're fighting COVID, but we're still building our health centers. Because the ultimate is to ensure that we can provide top quality health care for the people of Dominica. But Senator John Finn said, no, stop this health center business and use the money you have to fight COVID. Mr. Speaker, we believe and we know that our people still need to be housed. And in spite of all the 900 houses built by MMC, Mr. Speaker, we still have people coming to the ministry seeking housing assistance. It seemed to me, Mr. Speaker, that this housing situation was so bad in the previous government that we now have to try to fix it, Mr. Speaker. And while I'm on this, Mr. Speaker, I really want to use my time in this parliament to express my condolences as the Minister of Housing to Mr. Christopher Timmins, who was really a true friend. And I know the opposition has no regard, because he was harassed by the United Workers' Party, because he was helping the government and helping Dominicans to do decent and affordable homes, hurricane-resilient homes, Mr. Speaker. And unfortunately, he passed, Mr. Speaker. And we talk about housing, and you made the point that you raise issues, and if the government side respond to the issues you raise, you cannot stop us, Mr. Speaker, because they provoked that kind of discussion. So, Mr. Speaker, I really need to express my own condolences on behalf of myself and my family and the Minister of Housing for the tremendous job that Mr. Timmins has done for the people of this country in terms of provision of housing, Mr. Speaker. And rather than come here and compliment in similar sentiments, the opposition is saying, using this opportunity to say that we should stop the construction and stop the housing of our people, and we should use the money in the fight of COVID, Mr. Speaker. So we're fighting COVID, but the development of the country continues, Mr. Speaker. And it appears to me that the only reason why something is bad is because they perceive that their people are not being part of it. And the senator said that there's the NEP, but only one set of people. And she accused and attacked the Social Security, an institution that has been so good to Dominica, an institution that has been rated among the best systems in the entire Caribbean. And Senator Johnson comes there and accused the Social Security of corruption, Mr. Speaker, by saying that only a few people with a red card will get support and get assistance from the Social Security, Mr. Speaker. And that's the norm of the United Workers' Party. But they can attack personalities. You can attack Roosevelt Skerrit, you can attack the judge, you can attack the bishop. But when you come to attack our institutions, when you attack our institutions like the Social Security, then we're going to have a serious problem, Mr. Speaker. So there'll be nothing wrong. There'll be no need for no stimulus package if she, in her mind, thought that everybody that there were blue cards too, you know. But Mr. Speaker, we a transparent government. We had our arms and turkeys, and everybody getting arms and turkeys. So we play fresh and they don't want it, and they take it in the night, so people don't see them taking it. But they get in just like us. They knock on your door in the night, blues, because they don't want people to see them coming. And it's a red bag we're using, so they don't want people to see them walking the red bag. So they wait until darkness falls, and then they come and ask you, or send your people to ask you for their hams and their turkeys. While the leadership criticizing a gesture by the government, and we've always done that. You make it look like the first time with the government, the Labour Party government, make ham and turkey available to the people of this country. We've been doing that for years, every Christmas. Every Christmas we have our Christmas parties. So why all of a sudden it's a big deal when we've been doing this thing every year, Mr. Speaker? So, Mr. Speaker, on which track? But where were you? You just got up. You were asleep, my brother, Maslin. You were asleep. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that this loan is well intended. This loan intends to ensure that we continue to maintain our position in the Caribbean as having the best plan, and we must compliment, and the member for Roseau North, he said it, and compliment, and at least he has no choice but to compliment our health workers. But I hope that in doing so, the compliments will go to the government also, and to the minister for giving leadership and direction and making the resources available. Because without the resources, our professional health workers would not be able to make the contribution and to be as vigilant and to keep us almost COVID-free. So the resources have to come from someplace, and the leadership given by the minister has been exceptional in the fight against COVID, Mr. Speaker. And if we have to take another 20 million, 30 million, 40 million, then we'll do so, because we believe that the health of the nation is important and imperative to the social and economic advancement of this country, Mr. Speaker. And I believe it's in that context, and this business about too much debt and who will pay the debt. But we're paying your debt. The debts will be paid. Because this country has never been more indebted in its history than during the period of the United Workers' Party. And our government went out there, renegotiate all those loans, including the 14% $140 million loan taken by the United Workers' Party when nobody else would give them any money. The World Bank wouldn't give them, the EU wouldn't give them any money, Mr. Speaker, because they could not give a justifiable reason, and the kind of wastage that was being done at the time, and the state of the economy at the time. And so they had to run to Trinidad to raise the money, which they could not come for by it. And they left office. Not one bulldozer, not one backhoe was on the site of the airport that they proposed that they were going to build with the $140 million. So, Mr. Speaker, with this brief intervention, I want to support the measure. I believe it's money that will be well spent in the fight against COVID. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that COVID is going to be with us for a little while based on the scientific predictions that will be here for a little while. And there'll be need to borrow more money. We'll have to find more money. But in the meantime, we have a country to be going. We have our young people to educate. We have our students overseas They make you believe, Mr. Speaker, that we have the monies from the CBI. And let me tell you something, Mr. Speaker. They talk about, oh, CBI monies. Mr. Speaker, nobody just sits there and just receives CBI money, you know. It's hard work to raise those monies. It's hard work. Our Prime Minister had to travel 4 or 5 countries in 2 days to want to promote the program, to promote our country. And had the opposition been supportive in promoting the country, we would have been doing much better, Mr. Speaker. But every minute, every opportunity they get, they criticize the country, or it's a rogue country, and asking institutions not to support Dominica because you have a rogue government. And had it not been for the steadfastness of this government, we would not be here talking about no billions of no money, Mr. Speaker. But it's because of the way we promoted our country, because of the use that we have put our money to, because of the transparency, because of outside the United Workers' Party, nobody, including the investors who invest their money, has had any complaint about the use and the transparent use of their resources and their funding. It's people's money. It's people's money. But we have found a creative way to ensure that we keep our country happy and we keep the investors happy, that their money is safe. Mr. Speaker, you really believe that if there was $2 or $3 or $4 billion that was not accounted for, men would not be knocking on your door looking for their money? Men who invested in these hotels and in this businesses, wouldn't they be looking for their money if they had any doubt that their money was in safe hands? The fact, Mr. Speaker, that nobody except the United Workers' Party have been questioning the transparent use of the CBI funds, Mr. Speaker. Nobody else except the United Workers' Party. It tells me that everybody else is satisfied that the money has been well spent, the money has been accounted for, and they will continue to invest in our programs in Dominica because their investments are safe with the Dominica Labour Party. Take us back to the days of the United Workers' Party when they had a program. It was not a citizen investment program then. It was an economic citizenship program. Tell us, show us one thing that was done with the monies collected by the United Workers' Party under their program. Mr. Speaker, the sustainability of the economy is well thought of by this government. We're now moving into accelerating our tourism development with these 5-star and top-class hotels. Had it not been for COVID-19, we would have gotten halfway over the mark. But even with COVID-19, our investors are still expanding because we have to prepare this country for the next 3 or 4 years when things will be normalized. And we're not going to wait until things are normalized for us to move on with the development. We are preparing ourselves. We're building our airport, preparing ourselves that as long as the situation improves, we will be first out of the block onto the market. So that is where the sustainability of the economy, and the opposition must assist us in building a sustainable economy. The signs are there. So I'm not sure where my family, the Senator John Finn, got the impression that our young people are at bay. Our young people are confident, and that's why they continue to vote for us at the elections, even in difficult times, because they're confident that the plans outlaid by this government are plans that they can really rely on and they can depend on. None of us predicted COVID. We didn't predict Maria. We didn't predict Erica. But we're certain that the strides that they have made following those 2 major natural disasters was miraculous, as stated by a number of people. That was a miracle that we could find ourselves here today, 3 years after Maria, the most devastating storm of the century, that you would not even recognize whether there was a hurricane.
Seven more minutes.
No, I don't even know those minutes, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, one of those days we have to become honest. And as we age, we have to become honest, and we have to tell the people the truth. We know it's a challenge for you. We know it's a difficult mountain to be the Dominican Labour Party. It's not easy for anybody to be the Labour Party because we have solid plans, solid programs that have been tested and are proven to be workable, Mr. Speaker. So I can bear your pain. I can bear your pain because it's going to be difficult. But that does not mean you have to oppose every move. Because at the end of the day, whether you're in politics or not, you will have to live in this country. Senator John Finn will have to live here. She's not going anywhere. She cannot go anywhere. So she has to go back to Good Hope and live among the people and ensure that the environment is conducive. By that time, she'll be about 75. So she has to ensure that the environment will be conducive for a 75-year-old adult to survive. And so she must give support to the initiatives by the government. We're not saying you can't criticize. But if you're going to criticize, you must prove your criticism. You must prove and say why you criticize, and you must offer alternatives. So to criticize is easy, but what alternatives are you putting forward for the advancement of this country? What are alternatives for funding these 9 health centers and the hospital in Marigot? How would you do it if you were given the opportunity? How are you want to know how we're going to fund the airport? How would you fund yours? How would you fund your airport? Because you have to build an airport too. It's in your manifesto for the last 3 elections that you will build an international airport. Of course, you've changed the thing now to a shorter runway and a smaller plane. But if that you think is what is necessary, but how are you going to fund even that? So to criticize the Dominican Labour Party for using whatever funding mechanism to fund the airport, but what we can say, Mr. Speaker, is our mechanism will not increase the tax burden on the people of this country. And that is what is important, Mr. Speaker, that we do not have to borrow money at 14%, that will have to be paid back by the people of this country. The mechanism will ensure that our people are not disenfranchised, they're not denied of basic human rights, they're not denied of housing, they're not denied of healthcare or education or agriculture, because this government is ensuring that our plans will make provisions for the continued sustainability of the economy and for the eventual development and satisfaction of the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, with this very short intervention, I want to support the measure before this Parliament. Thank you.
I see, Honorable Minister of Housing, I know as a senior man you said you were going to be restrained. I just want to commend you on your restrained.
Thank you.
And also the enlightened approach. Sober, but it showed a lot of respect to the chair. So you set an example there.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, I recognize Senator Sanford.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the authorization of this resolution. And I support this resolution because it will provide additional funding for some of the health issues, the economic issues, and also some of the social issues that our country is facing right now, given the circumstances that we are facing, and particularly when our healthcare sector was inadequately funded. Mr. Speaker, increasing our national debt and laying the burden at the feet of the next generation is still a major concern, but I am of the firm view that the gift of life is very important, and also keeping our fragile economy afloat is also very important. Mr. Speaker, the foresight of members on this side and our competence, we led to make a call. We made a call sometime during the budget presentation earlier this year to put a larger allocation of funds to the healthcare sector. Because at that time, Mr. Speaker, we realized that other countries were facing a lot of economic, social, and health issues, and they were having difficulty dealing with it. But, Mr. Speaker, our recommendation, it was just swept aside, as always, which is the case. And so today, I am hoping that the taxpayers of this country will take note that sometimes when we make recommendations, it is often not taken, but our recommendations sometimes are very good. Mr. Speaker, I believe the funds for the healthcare services is needed. And I believe that if it is effectively managed, that it will strengthen our resilience to fight this COVID-19 pandemic. But I also want us to know that whilst we strengthen our COVID-19 resilience, we also have to pay attention to some of the other sectors and some of the other areas within health that may need attention. And one of these other areas, Mr. Speaker, that I'm hoping that we will look at is the maternity unit and the infant mortality rates in Dominica. Mr. Speaker, I want to spend some time on that. And I had a drink this morning, yes? I had a drink this morning to open my eyes and to help me, focus a little more. I had a drink of warm rosemary tea. And my grandmother told me that rosemary tea is very good for our memory. No, that's a fact. That's a fact, bush medicine. It's very good for our memory. It's very good, and I would encourage you all on the other side to take some, because sometimes you'll forget that when you come to this house, your responsibilities is for the people of Dominica. And so,
Senator,
Mr. Speaker.
Don't say you all, say honorable members of, so it's unparliamentary to say you all. And I'm saying that to you to just remind all other members. Earlier this morning we made that error where we say you all. So just guiding.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I recommend a larger dose of this rosemary tea for the member of the Roseau Valley, the Honorable Minister of Health, Wellness and New Health Investment. Because in the last sitting, he made an attempt to paint me as a dishonest person in this house. And now I think we know who is being dishonest. And you all will agree with me. And Mr. Speaker, it's just 1 year, he has been with the Dominica Labour Party. And this is not the doctor that I worked with. His character has changed for the worse, Mr. Speaker. But why would he try to paint somebody else, another colleague, as being dishonest when the information is true? And so, Mr. Speaker...
Senator, what is the relevance of going back to the last sitting?
Can you wait, Mr. Speaker? Can you
so focus on the matter at hand. Also,
Mr. Speaker,
and also refrain from personalizing the debate.
that was a personal attack to me, so I'm just responding.
Yes.
Now is the opportunity I have to respond. Mr. Speaker, he misled the people of Dominica on the serious concern of the high infant mortality rate in Dominica over the last 15 years. And I want the Honorable Senator, Mr. Riviere from Marigot, to listen well, because 1,000 Frenchmen cannot be wrong. And I want to let you all know that there are many sources, reliable sources, Mr. Speaker, including the Government of Dominica website, the World Health Organization, the UNDP, and more, whose database show that the infant mortality rates in Dominica have been on the rise for the last 15 years. Do you know what the infant mortality rate was, Mr. Speaker, in 2015?
I mean, Mr. Speaker, we can allow a little bit of flexibility, but the debate is about COVID and the OPEC fund. I mean, who gives the senator the authority to move into, what does, unless she needs to link infant mortality rate with COVID and the $10 million.
Yes.
Mr.
Again.
Mr. Speaker, the resolution said that this additional funding will be used
yes,
to
again,
provide...
Senator, that's why I told you earlier. I asked you, what is the relevance? So you have to be minded of the relevance. Do you remember, this is about the OPEC fund, a loan for OPEC linked to COVID.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, but can you allow me to continue so you will get the gist of what I'm saying? Thank you. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying is that Mr. Speaker, No. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, I am addressing some of the health issues that this resolution will help provide the people of Dominica for. And if you allow me, it's during the COVID It's during the COVID pandemic. You went on speaking about housing and all this nonsense during what was the relevance of the, I never said housing is nonsense. Mr. Speaker, the fact remains that over the last 15 years, the infant mortality rates in Dominica have been increasing.
Senator, I'm going to give you a last opportunity to stay focused. If you move away from it, I will have no choice but to ask you to take your seat. I told you, I indicated to you that this matter is about a loan for COVID. So unless you have a way to link COVID and infant mortality, you cannot go down that direction. It's obvious.
COVID is an infection,
so I've ruled,
that can
please
affect
proceed,
mothers.
Please proceed and be guided. Proceed and be guided.
Anyway, Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying is that in addition to all this COVID-19 funding, we cannot ignore some of the critical issues that our country is facing, which is the infant mortality rates of Dominica. And according to an article that was released in 2013 by our very own chief medical officer, he stated, and if you'll allow me to quote, can I persist? Can I continue with the quote?
So you're allowed.
What's that?
Permission, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The chief medical officer quoted, he said, let me get it, you have me. He said, infant mortality measures how well a country is doing in terms of its health.
Remember, I indicated to you that if you go down in that direction, I allow you to quote, but you're quoting in something I've ruled on. I said do not go down in this infant mortality rate issue. It has no bearing or correlation to COVID unless you can tell me and quote a research that is saying that. So stay focused. That's the last time. And it would appear to me that maybe next time I'll have to ask permission of the House first to organize some training for members who doesn't understand those issues of imputing improper motive, relevance and all that. Maybe best we do a special training. Last time. Proceed. Do not go in a matter that deals with infant mortality unless you can correlate it to your debate.
Mr. Speaker, we are asking for additional funding. We're asking for additional funding to help our healthcare sector. We need to identify critical areas within the healthcare sector where some of the funds can go to. So then the resolution is not written well then. Anyway. But it's a health issue. Mothers get COVID-19. Anyway, I will continue.
Order. Please allow the senator to complete her presentation.
Also, Mr. Speaker.
Let us cease and desist. Members, let us cease and desist from the crosstalk. Please allow the senator to present.
Mr. Speaker, also, within the resolution, some funds said that it will be allocated to help alleviate some of the social problems within our society. And we do know that during the COVID-19 pandemic, there were many social problems which have escalated. For example, the violence against women. Around the world, violence against women have increased. Unfortunately, I tried to get some data here in Dominica on the number of women. I called the Bureau of Gender Affairs, and they referred me to the police headquarters, which in this times, Mr. Speaker, I find to be living in 2020 and not being able to get access to proper data, it's unreasonable. What is the purpose of a statistical division? To this date, we have people with master's degrees trying to get their studies done, and they cannot get access to basic data. How are we going to formulate policies and implement programs and not being able to evaluate and monitor how they perform without statistics? And so, Mr. Speaker, when we look at the social issues that we face, one such, we have, of course, the alcohol-induced problem within the world. And I also remember standing here, and I was attacked by 2 senior members in this House. I was attacked by 2 senior members in this House who called me drunk, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, it's just so sad that 2 senior ministers, including the Honorable Prime Minister, would try to demonize me by calling me drunk. Mr. Speaker, we all know that indigenous people worldwide suffer from alcohol use disorder, and particularly more during this COVID-19 pandemic, and especially within the Salibia constituency. It is no secret. But we also know, historians will tell you, that before the advent of the Europeans, there was no such problem with indigenous people and alcohol addiction. But it was only after the advent of an initial contact with these Europeans and the sustained contact with them that for some reason we have developed this addiction to alcohol, which have become a public health issue, and particularly so much more during this COVID-19 pandemic. But Mr. Speaker, what is interesting is that the other countries with indigenous people have put together policies and programs to help these indigenous people. And 20 years this government has been in office. What have they done for the indigenous people of Dominica to help them reduce the alcohol addiction problem? What policies have they laid within this honorable House to help with the alcohol problems within the Kalinago territory? None. Yet they come here and they tell us they love us. They care about us. They are friends. They don't care about us. You all care about our votes. And so, a famous, Mr. Speaker, the evidence is everywhere. The evidence is everywhere. Mr. Speaker, I am challenging this government. I am challenging this government to do something about the alcohol problem within the Salibia constituency. And if you all need assistance, of course I'm willing to give a lending hand. Do something about it instead of trying to criticize and demonize people. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm really happy that some of these funds will go towards helping some of the social distress within our communities. And also, I am very happy that some of the funding will also go towards developing the economic situation within our country. I think this is very important, particularly now when a lot of people are under a lot of stress. They have had no stimulus package, and families are having difficulty even with providing for their families the basic needs on a day-to-day basis. Well, I would like the Kalinago people to get some cash transfers as well, Dr. King. And so, Mr. Speaker, I just want to highlight, some of the inefficiencies in spending on some projects that perhaps could have helped our economy a little more if we had just reconsidered. When we reflect on the 30 million and more that was spent on the rapid response program sometime last year during the election year, and we wonder what this money could do now to assist our people with some of the concerns they need to be answered rapidly right now, is just amazing. We've also spent, Mr. Speaker, over $90 million on a geothermal project in which we have yet to get one light bulb energy from the one light bulb. Yet, we have sacrificed our environment for nothing. And so, Mr. Speaker, to help our economy, considerations can be given to the implementation of renewable resources and renewable energy in the forms of solar, photovoltaic, and wind. This is not only affordable, but it is also quick. As soon as it's installed, you get very quick and you get instant clean energy for use. It will help reduce some of our electricity bills and add value to our health, create jobs.
Senator, what does that have to do? What does that have to do with the loan for COVID? Geothermal and all
Making
that?
some recommendations. We're talking about our economy. We are only lending because we do not have adequate funding right now. And if we look at ways in which we can develop our economy internally, why not accept some recommendations? Because oftentimes you will say that we are not giving recommendations. We are not looking at other ways. So I'm offering my recommendations. Mr. Speaker, I also want to say that we can look into areas of herbal medicine use. We can look into the production, we can look into processing, and we also can train people in the professional use of these herbs, because a lot of our people use these herbs right now. And I believe this is the right time in which we can transit into this alternative form of medicine. And this will generate local income, it will provide employment for young people, and it will also help boost our economy. And I just want to add that we have done our best as well with dealing with the economic, social, and health impacts within the community, and particularly so within the Salibia constituency. Many of the young children in the grade 6 class, we have embarked and initiated on one of the major projects where we have provided students with refreshments during classes so that they wouldn't function on an empty stomach, especially after school, provided them with transportation back home so that they wouldn't be on the streets at late hours, and their families can be secured to know that after extra lessons, the students can be home safe. We've also provided most of the textbooks, because during this pandemic, many of the families within the Salibia constituency, they didn't have that spending power. And because of the pattern that our grade 6 students were going through within the last few years, they have not been performing very well at the national assessments. Many students are very grateful, and I'm hoping that this opportunity for them will help maximize their performance at the upcoming national levels. We've also embarked on initiatives to boost our economic situation within the Salibia constituency, my team and I. We've started the Bataka Fresh Market, where we have allowed farmers, we have networked with farmers across the constituency to provide foods within the community in Bataka. This not only provides money for the farmers within their pockets, but it also provides fresh foods for people within the community. It encourages them to eat what they grow and grow what they eat, and also increases their saving capacity. The amount of money that they would have spent on food, imported foods, they now spend locally. Mr. Speaker, we have also initiated our very recent project, which is the backyard gardening competition. My team and I have initiated that competition, and the objective of that program, Mr. Speaker, is to ensure that farmers not only get a cash reward that will help boost their savings, but it will also initiate that habit of growing at least more than 5 crops within the backyard space. It will also encourage farmers to get more into organic farming and the use of compost, and it will also educate them on certain, the use of conservation techniques, the different types of conservation techniques that they can use within their backyard space. And so, Mr. Speaker, all these activities have been working for the people of the Salibia constituency, and I believe that we will continue to do our best to help with all the struggles that we have been facing during the global pandemic. Mr. Speaker, collectively, I believe that a good, working together, we can achieve so much more. And being in this parliament is not only about winning a debate. It's not victory. It's about progress. And so, therefore, I hope that we can join hands and think of moving forward collectively so that our country can develop. And so I wish my colleagues on this side, as well as on that side, and every Dominican listening at home and abroad, a Merry Christmas, enjoy your turkey, enjoy your ham, and have a good wishes for the new year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make my contribution to the motion before this House. And let me just take the opportunity to first give support to my colleague, Senator Sanford. A while ago, Mr. Speaker, she tried to make a very important point, tying infant mortality with COVID, the effects of COVID. And I will just send about 4 articles right away on my phone. I'm not going to quote them. I'm just giving the name of the articles. COVID-19, economic impact and child mortality, a global concern. And COVID-19 in babies and children. I just want people to go online and look for it and read about it, about the infant mortality that she was making comments about, the effect of COVID-19 on infant mortality. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted you to bring that to the House, that indeed Senator Sanford was on point. Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic continues to wreak havoc around the world. As of last night, 73.4 million people tested positive and 1.63 million deaths. It continues to wreak havoc health systems, our economies, and families. Mr. Speaker, and governments must find creative and sustainable ways to fight this pandemic and to also cushion the economic downturn affecting everyone. Absolutely no one is immune to this deadly virus. So governments, countries have to do what they need to do to ensure that the health system is in place and the citizens are moving along, even though in trying times. Mr. Speaker, from an October 13, 2020, joint statement by the ILO, FAO, International Fund for Agriculture Development, and the WHO. And I quote, Mr. Speaker, if you allow me to. The COVID-19 pandemic has led to a drastic loss of human life worldwide and presents an unprecedented challenge to public health, food systems, and the world of work. The economic and social disruption caused by the pandemic is devastating. Tens of millions of people are at risk of falling into extreme poverty, while the number of undernourished people currently estimated at nearly 690 million and could increase by up to 142 million by the end of this year. Mr. Speaker, and it continues, millions of enterprises face an existential threat. Nearly half of the world's 3.3 billion global workforce are at risk of losing their livelihoods. Informal economy workers are particularly vulnerable because the majority lack social protection and access to quality health and have lost access to productive assets. Without the means to earn an income during lockdowns, many are unable to feed themselves and their families. For most, no income means no food, or at best, less food and less nutritious food, Mr. Speaker, end of quote. Dominica has the virus under control, but the virus has Dominica economy under control, and that's a fact. Since the start of the pandemic, economic activities have almost come to a halt. And we have heard the sentiments expressed in this House on both sides during the day. The government has to prioritize and effectively manage its spending of limited financial resources, especially loans, in order to get the economy back on track. In this case, Mr. Speaker, the government came to this Parliament to secure a loan of $27 million from the OPEC Fund for International Development to help deal with the challenges created by this COVID pandemic. Mr. Speaker, the mission of the OPEC Fund is, and I quote, "Together we drive development, strengthen communities, and empower people." Mr. Speaker, can I repeat? Together we drive development, strengthen communities, and empower people. And its impact is, and I quote, "The OPEC funds work in people-centered. The OPEC fund is work in people-centered, focusing on projects that meet basic needs, such as food, energy, clean water, and sanitation, healthcare, and education, with the aim of encouraging resilience, self-reliance, and inspiring hope for the future." Mr. Speaker, part of the resolution before this House states, and I quote, "And whereas the COVID-19 pandemic has negatively impacted economic activity in Dominica, resulting in lower than expected revenues, while government has had to increase expenditure to adequately provide for the health response to the pandemic and sustain livelihoods and the economy." Mr. Speaker, that paragraph ties in everything that the OPEC Fund mission is about, and also the impact statement. Mr. Speaker, we are here to ask for or seek permission, authorization for the $27 million. And going forward, Mr. Speaker, we have heard the government make comments. We have heard the different reports on where we are in terms of the people we have tested, people who have gone through the process, coming in and whatnot. But Mr. Speaker, what we have not heard, we come here for finance, for extra money, but we have not have any report, financial report of how money was spent, where it was spent, and how it was spent. And that would give us the information, the background, to give support, to have a constructive engagement on why we support and why we make recommendations or alternatives for that funding. And that is what a healthy debate should be about. Information being shared across the board where we can come inside there and have a healthy debate. Mr. Speaker, even with the presentation this morning by the mover of the resolution, he was vague on what we have done so far in terms of fighting COVID, the challenges that we have had, and where we are moving forward, and why that money, where we're going to focus that $27 million, Mr. Speaker. And that, I think, would even help us on this side, as I said earlier on, to contribute meaningfully towards that very important debate. Mr. Speaker, So it leaves the vagueness, leaves for speculation and whatnot. And that is what we do not want to have. You know what happened with speculation. So, Mr. Speaker, to come here and say we're going to take a loan. And recently we were just in Parliament, just somewhere in October, and we contracted about $153 million worth of loans again. It's not for COVID, but these loans of the government or the Commonwealth of Dominica, and they have to be paid back. And that is why I said earlier on the discussion should lead where we are going to use that money effectively to help cushion the COVID pandemic we have in our economy. And Mr. Speaker, we have several areas. We heard the Minister of Tourism spoke earlier, and some of the areas they have challenges in tourism. And Mr. Speaker, and we are seeing not only, it's across the board. In the tourism sector, you have the taxi operators, tour guides, vendors, year breeders, and others in the industry who might need incentives because the COVID-19 has affected tourism. So you have no cruise ships, no overnight tourists, and so these people in that particular sector, they have been affected directly. What type of incentive, what type of support have we given to them? And these are the type of things we would like to see, Mr. Speaker, coming from this discussion. Mr. Speaker, the cry of the ordinary man is very loud and consistent. We are hearing it. That especially the self-employed, those of us who work in the public service, in the private sector and have a permanent job, some of us might get laid off, but most of us are still working and say, thank God that we can meet our commitments at the end of the day. But what about the self-employed, the man that make go out there and make a journey? You know, they are faced with that type of challenges and they have their families to feed. What type of incentives do we have for them? What type of short-term plan do we have for them? How many of them we give support in terms of short-term crops, seedlings, and to effectively grow in their backyards and support their families? I heard they will talk about the gift seedlings and things about how it was done. You know, and these are the type of things we like to see happen in this type of environment where we would like to see our people move forward and get the type of support that they need. So coming in here for a loan, I would have to see more information from the give support to that loan, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, because if you go to before the bank for a loan, a financial institution for a loan, they will find out from other financial institutions if you're owing them before they give you a loan. They would like to see that you can pay and also that you can live on the rest that the net you have after you're paying your loan. And that is what I'd like to see happen for our country. We don't like to see us continue to accumulate debt going forward, and then you have 10 years then to repay. And this $27 million is going to add to we have expanded our budget by about $311 million. Adding that to it, going to bring to $338 million for the year, and the year has not ended as yet for the fiscal year. So these are the type of things we would like to see happen, Mr. Speaker, and in terms of going forward. Mr. Speaker, we should look at alternative funding as well in terms of that loan. Going to take the loan right now, I see it as a challenge for us going forward. But if we have other funds, Mr. Speaker, I know we have other funds available. I will not go into it. I don't want to raise anybody eyebrow. I don't want to cause any problem this afternoon. But we know we have funds available to us. Why take a loan at this time? Give me the reason. Give me some reason I will support. Why should we take a loan at this time of $27 million to help fight the COVID pandemic? I have no problem, and I've said that earlier on, I have no problem if getting funds to assist our people. But let us see what the fund is doing. How are we going to benefit down the road? When we grind, when we use that fund, what the ends to the means, right? What are we getting down the road? How are people going to benefit from it, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, we have seen, we took loans, Mr. Speaker, for projects in Dominica. And what are the benefits, the end results? 7 years now, Mr. Speaker. The COVID, we heard of, not the COVID, sorry. We took a loan for the geothermal project. The Minister for Housing told the Senator don't mention it, but we have to bring it into the discussion because it's a loan. We took it, we have to pay back. But we have not lighted a candle up there in Girodale, in the Roseau Valley, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and there are other areas, Mr. Speaker, in terms of loans that we have, the government come to Parliament and take, and we have not paid back. We are paying back, but it's a challenge for us. We're not seeing the stimulation in the economy so that we to really encourage taking more loans, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, speaking of health issues, as well, because you'd like to see one of the challenges that we have during the COVID crisis is our health sector. And our health sector continues to suffer because of our frontline workers. We have to commend them. And let me take the opportunity to commend the minister for leading his flock. And I will say that because if he's doing a good job, we have to say that. But we have to also make recommendations to see things get better. And I have a challenge, Mr. Minister, in my constituency, and that is to do with health. Salisbury is one of the fastest growing communities. We are approaching 4,000 people. And currently we have an issue at the health center. We have only one nurse at the health center. And there was a nurse on contract. Every year she has to renew her contract. And she has sent in her contract since in July. And she only received a letter of acknowledgement last week. And since then they have not renewed her contract. And that is a challenge for the only nurse at the health center in Salisbury, serving almost 4,000 people. Our pregnant women, ladies, have to go to St. Joseph to seek medical attention because we don't have a midwife in Salisbury, and that nurse in Salisbury is a midwife. And I would really like to see that addressed because if something happened in terms of COVID, that we will be severely challenged in our constituency. And I would like that to be addressed ASAP, Mr. Minister. Mr. Minister, and there's also another challenge I have in health as well. And I also want to bring to this honorable house, we're speaking about health and ensuring that we have healthcare workers providing service to our people. And there's another young lady from Salisbury that was working in the HIV unit for 15 years, and her contract was not renewed. And up to now, she was not told why her contract was not renewed. And I think people like that, trained by the state, on several occasions they sent her on training, and she worked with several officials in that sector, and her contract was not renewed. And up to now, she doesn't know why her contract was not renewed. You know, and these are the type of challenges that we have as a community. We provide, or by community, continue to provide quality human resource to the state, and I can boast about that at different levels, but some of them get challenges. And I don't know if it's because they are from Salisbury. We'll talk about victimization, and then people say, why are you talking about victimization? But they're from Salisbury. I'll bring it in, Mr. Speaker. But I would like that to address because it's part of fighting this pandemic. It's not only the financial aspect of it, but the health aspect of it, and even this individual, the state of mind as well. You want them to be positive, you want them to contribute towards national development. So, Mr. Speaker, as I continue to wind down on my contribution on this motion before the House, as I said, the mission of the OPEC is together we drive development, strengthen communities, and empower people. And that is why I'm saying this fund, this $27 million that we are taking from this House today, Mr. Speaker. I do not want a loan, but I know it's going to be passed in this House. I would like us to get it elsewhere. I know we have enough money. They say that's enough money. Because if the Prime Minister can come in this House and speak about how much money he spent for, about the amount of turkeys he brings on and hams, and the amount of parties he's going to have, why can we source funds to pay for such critical and essential services that the country can afford? And we have to think about these things, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, as part of this discussion in terms of COVID and what strengthening communities and empowering people, recommendations, how do we do this? Mr. Speaker, stimulate the economy, putting monies in the hands of the vulnerable. If you give people money, they will spend it and will have turn in the economy. And we all know what has happened to remittances from our families and friends overseas. Because of COVID-19, it has decreased significantly. So we should look at, I know we'll be passing some bills to reduce some areas, but also look at reducing the fuel surcharge on electricity for the next 2 to 3 months. That is a form of incentive that people can benefit from. And we're talking about practical things that we can do within that sector, that we don't have to look for money, but it's just making some alterations to ensure that people make some savings. Provide incentives to frontline workers. You know the challenges we have in the nurses. Sometimes you'll pass on the Salisbury bus stop about 8 o'clock, and you see 3-4 nurses there waiting for a ride to go to work. On the bus stop, I go to my village. I live just off the village. I was going to that village. Any other question? All right. Transportation and also regular health evaluation. I am sure there are some of our nurses, healthcare providers, not nurses only, police officers who are stressed. Ambulance and fire workers, fire and ambulance. I find provide that type of incentive, regular health evaluation by the state to these people. And also, a number 3 that is very important, financial and technical support for agriculture. We will talk about it, that we have done some and we have done so much. But Mr. Speaker, that level of vai-ki-vai, doing things, has about, yes, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, we should look at ensuring that we target our core farmers. Target our core farmers, ensure that they're doing well, and bring in other farmers. But when you have inputs playing football, yes, inputs playing football.
Mr. Speaker, please, let's bring the gentleman back on track, please.
Yes, well, that's what I asked him earlier. Again, stay focused on the matter, which is a loan.
We're talking about a loan for $27 million.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, that $27 million has to be utilized somewhere. Mr. Speaker, it was not said we were going to use it. It was vague.
No, it is not vague. It was for COVID-19.
COVID-19 is broad, Mr. Speaker. There are several sectors under COVID-19. The Local Minister of Health, they can even assist with me, if that. There are several sectors. You're looking at the food security, looking at the health of the people, of the frontline workers, look at everybody. Every sector has to be addressed under that, Mr. Umbrella, because every sector is affected under COVID-19, the pandemic. If you look at the World Health WHO report,
but just stay focused and continue.
I am focused, Mr. Speaker. I was just making some recommendations in terms of our agriculture to ensure that we can feed ourselves, sustain ourselves during this pandemic. So we don't have to do too much of importing, Mr. Speaker. We're ensuring that people can plant and feed themselves and also sell the extras. That is what we would like to see happen. But you would like the resources to be utilized properly. Mr. Speaker, am I being wrong for saying that?
6 more minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. No, I don't need all that. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am just saying, Mr. Speaker, that coming into this House for a loan of $27 million during these challenging times, and we have alternative ways to access these funds. Let us think about it. Let us do it for our people. Let us make decisions that will not burden the young ones down the road. But if we take these decisions, these resources, if we utilize it in a way that when they come to pay, it will be easier for them to pay. And that is what we are saying on this side, and that is why I'm saying that my contribution is in sync with the mission of the OPEC Fund, together with Drive Development, strengthen communities and empower people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to extend Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to the people of Salisbury, Kolwistri, and Montrachet, and to this honorable House, and to the people of Dominica at home and abroad. Thank you, and God bless.
Oh, you're putting it off. Are you putting off my mic? You playing my mic? Huh? Okay, it's on now. Authorization for loan from the OPEC Fund for International Development for funding COVID-19 emergency response. I expected that in what we would have heard so far, there would have been some more specifics on what exactly the government is going to spend this 10 million US or 27 million EC dollars on. Because it's not like the government has not received assistance for COVID-19 emergency response. We know, for example, of the $14 million that came from the IMF, 40 million US, about 38 million EC dollars. We know of the 32 million EC that came from the World Bank, that's $70 million. It would be nice if, when we come to this honorable House, where we have the responsibility for oversight of public finances, that we get an update on accounting on how these monies have been spent. Because in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic and managing it, especially helping people who were directly impacted by the pandemic and the economic downturn that resulted from it. People lost their jobs. People in shutdown had no way of pursuing their small business agendas in the service sector and so on. A number of people were impacted. A number of people needed direct cash assistance. And what we heard the government came up with at the time was $15.7 million that was supposed to go into the Social Security to help affected workers and vulnerable groups, and then a $5 million that was going to go into the aid bank, where small business persons, service providers, and so on could get loans of up to $15,000. That, as far as I recall, was the extent of the government's assistance program for persons directly affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. So the question is, what exactly is going to be done with this money? We're in a phase now where we hear about vaccines that are being developed, and is some contemplation given to the purchase of vaccines and the distribution of vaccines in Dominica to further protect us so that we continue the successes that we have seen in keeping the pandemic out. There need to be some specifics on this. We need to know what exactly are we borrowing this money for. And to remind ourselves as we're doing that, the current debt circumstances of the government. because we came to the Parliament, Mr. Speaker, this year on the 10th of February, and we authorized a loan for a geothermal risk mitigation project, $46.4 million. We also authorized on that same day a loan of $8.1 million for the OECS Regional Health Project. A total of $54.5 million was approved by this House in loans on the 10th of February 2020, sorry. We came back at the end of July, August, the budget debate. And on the 4th of August, we approved a consolidation and bridging finance loan from NBD, $125 million. And then the House convened again on the 26th of October. We approved $10.2 million for Emergency Agricultural Livelihood and Climate Resilience Project from the IDA. We also approved Disaster Vulnerability Reduction Project loan from the IDA, $35.5 million. We approved the Caribbean Digital Transformation Project from the IDA, $77.4 million. And we also approved the OECS Regional Health Project, the second in the year, for $8.3 million, a total of $131.5 million in this financial year already. The calendar year so far, we at $311.1 million for the calendar year so far. That is $54.4 million in February, $125 million in August, and $131.5 million in October. Calendar year to date, $311 million. The financial year to date, Mr. Speaker, $256.5 million. But what did we tell the Parliament when we came here in July, August? Here is the document. The estimates, which are now the official estimates, 2020, 2021. Mr. Speaker, at page 29, we indicated that we needed $114.7 million in loans to deal with the business of government and the state for the financial year 2020-2021. Half of that financial year has not yet passed, and we have already driven up the debt in loans to $256.5 million. That's $141.8 million above what we said we would need, 123% above what we said we needed. 6 months have not ended yet. Half of the year have not gone by yet, and we're already 123% above what we said we would need in loans. And so, Mr. Speaker.
So, members, so what does that have to do with the COVID-19 loan?
The COVID-19 loan is adding $27 million to the year-to-date figure of $256.5 million to take it up to $283.5 million. It's not like we're not taking loans. This COVID loan cannot be seen in isolation. It has to be seen in the context of the current loan circumstances of the government. And we must make the point that halfway through the financial year, you're already above 123% of the amount that you said you would need in loans to finance the operations of central government. When we take this amount above what was approved, $141.8 million, we added $27 million from the COVID loan to it, we're up to $168.8 million. Yes, the loans are on favorable terms, but loans have to be repaid. And it would be nice when we're contracting them for us to also be mindful of what are we putting in place to ensure that who is coming after us will have the financial wherewithal to meet the requirements of those loans. But Mr. Speaker, I have another concern about this loan that we're taking, because reasonable people take loans when they don't have money to do the things they want to do. Although I heard a story that it's not every time that you have cash or you're cash rich, then you should use your cash. Sometimes you can keep your cash in the bank and take expensive overdraft and expensive loans and so on. Some people do that. But the reasonable mind, you know, the common sense people, they have money that they can spend on X or Y. They're not going to go to the bank to take a loan to burden themselves to buy it. And we're asking ourselves, why does the government need this $27 million loan at this time? At this time. Because not in this parliament, but on the public record outside, the Prime Minister speaks about a financing instrument that's available to him at no risk. The risk for using that financial instrument belongs to, quote unquote, a developer who will take all the risk to front load the financing for the international airport. And then they will take all the risk to pay people and to do this and that, and then we will pay them back however, whenever, with our passport revenues that will be handed over to the developer. So that's the Prime Minister's financing instrument. Seems to me that it's a more useful financing instrument than what is before us, because the risk is lower. However, we don't see the government side coming to Parliament to ask for authorization to use that financing instrument, although what is coming from that financing instrument is supposed to be a loan. Loan is money from one party to a third party that has to be paid back. And if we're going to be using this financial instrument where we're taking the money from the developer and have to pay it back, it's a loan, so we need to come to the Parliament for it. At the same time, we're coming here for $27 million from the OPEC Fund for International Development, but we don't feel we need to come to this Parliament for authorization to use the financing instrument for the airport that will cost in the region of $1 billion. And Mr. Speaker, as the debate flowed today, I heard talk about monies that are here and there. And I think it was the Minister for Housing who indicated, he called my name and said I indicated it was my opinion about money being wherever. Mr. Speaker, you were here in this Parliament on the 26th of October. A question was asked to the Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of Dominica about citizenships and citizenship by investment revenues. The Prime Minister's response was that for the financial years 2017-2018, 2018-2019, and 2019-2020, Dominica handed out 5,814 citizenships. 5,814 citizenships.
I think the member from Marigot, I think he moving away from the substantive matter, and he's not going to tell me it's about loan, and that has nothing to do with it. He's discussing now revenues from the Cinema Investment Program, which has no relevance to the OPEC loan for the COVID. So I think, Mr. Speaker, you have to ask the member to stop going down that road.
I agree with you, but also I wanted to know, just to clarify something, I expected some members to be more astute than that on both sides. When the Prime Minister mentioned that for the airport, you mentioned the instrument, but that's a plan. The loan is for immediate use. So I don't want us to mislead the public. A plan can't be used now. It's going to take time. And the loan can be approved now, and you can receive the loan. So I just wanted to caution you on that. Stay focused on the line of going into the CBI funding and all that, unless you want to make your point quickly and move on.
Speaker, you sat in the chair and you allowed the minister to say that this question of monies here or over there is coming from Lennox Linton, who said it is his opinion. You heard that, you didn't correct it, you said nothing about it.
Mr. Chairman, the matter was raised in the debate by the member for Castles and most of the members raised, and I was responding to the matters raised under the CBI fund by members of the opposition.
That is true. The member, Senator John Finn, though I did not overturn or ask her to withdraw, she mentioned about monies missing and monies different places. Something I've cautioned over and over.
Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, so just continue and just be cautious.
I want to be clear on this. I need, in the responsibility in the context of financial oversight, parliamentary oversight for the financial affairs of this government, and in the context of this debate on a loan, where I'm seeking to question what is the justification from taking the loan from that source, I have to indicate what the state of play is as far as these documents are concerned with our CBI revenues, which can be a source of the money we're seeking to get from the OPEC fund.
Yes, nobody's challenging that.
No, he's telling me don't talk about it. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was saying to you, and kindly refrain from interrupting me, okay? Just be disciplined for 5 minutes. Just be disciplined for 5 minutes. Just be disciplined for 5 minutes. And listen to what your Prime Minister told us. Listen to what your Prime Minister told us about our resources, the money is available to us. 2018, 2017, 2018, 2018, 2019, 2019, 2020, a total of 5,814 citizenships for revenues in the amount of $1,323,108,135. In other words, $227,571.78 per citizen. But, Mr. Speaker, we have questioned those numbers with good reason, because these estimates, which are now official, they're now approved, we voted them in August of this year. They tell us that an amount of $10,447,364 was received by the government from citizens for certificates of naturalization. These certificates of naturalization cost $675 per certificate. So
Member, hold on 1 second. Your mic is off now. I just want to understand what is the relevance of the yeah, but you have been there for how many minutes and you are not getting to your point.
Mr. Speaker, why are you so impatient? When the other side is going to town saying what they want, on who they want, however they want, you don't stop them. I'm talking.
Remember, just take your seat a sec. Just a sec. Yeah, a sec. Do as you please, but I'm asking you to take your seat a while. Remember, all I'm saying is, in a debate, someone could decide to go and bring all kind of issues. But that's why we have a standing order that deals with relevance. Now, by now, you would agree with me that if you are trying to make a point, but it is not relevant to the debate, you spend the 5 seconds and you move. But you cannot be spending minutes upon minutes on irrelevant matters or matters that have been dealt with in this honorable house to the point to which the question was answered. So if you are making a point, make the point and move on. And focus on a loan from OPEC dealing to take care of matters of COVID-19. That's all I'm saying. I can't tell you what to say, but I can tell you, you need to keep your debate within the ambit of the rules. Proceed, member.
All these interruptions, Mr. Speaker, are interrupting the flow of my presentation. The people of the Commonwealth of Dominica, to whom we have a responsibility, are trying to follow this discussion. And all I'm getting is interruptions to prevent the people from understanding properly what is it I'm saying. So every time you stop me, I have to go back because we have lost the people.
That's correct.
So I'm going back, Mr. Speaker. And please be patient. Please. I'm within my time. Be patient. And I'm establishing whether or not there's justification for this loan from OPEC when we have monies available to us. So it was the Prime Minister who told us that from 5,814 citizens, we picked up $1.3 billion for the 3-year period ended June 30th this year, 2020. Well, we have said that it could not be that the revenues were $1.3 billion because the same state of Dominica received $10.4 million from certificates of naturalization at $675 per certificate. If you divide 675 into 10.4 million, you will get 15,477 citizens. That is basic, simple math. And so, it is not 5,814 people who got citizenships. It is 15,477 according to these records.
10 more minutes, sir.
15,477 people receiving citizenships is not $1.3 billion, it's $3.5 billion. And the Prime Minister told us $1.3 billion was received. But these records tell us that for the 3-year period, we only got $690.8 million. So any common sense person exercising oversight, responsibility for public finances or any finances, they will say, well, we need to back the $690.8 million out of the $3.5 billion. That's $2.8 billion. $2.8 billion. And rather than come to this house seeking more loans on top of what has already been approved, let us all together, because we are all Dominicans and we sit in the Parliament of Dominica, let us agree on this $2.8 million that has not been accounted for properly and decide, agree among ourselves that yes, rather than be taking loans from outside, we have enough money available to us from our own resources to fund these priorities.
Cannot run away from that.
That is my justification, Mr. Speaker. That's my justification. We have enough money available to us from the resources of this economic citizenship program, the Citizenship by Investment program, to be funding these emergency responses. And the question that the other side needs to ask itself is, have we been diligent enough? Have we been diligent enough in keeping track of our affairs insofar as it concerns our CBI? Or do we only get excited when certain projects are being spoken about? And I heard much said about the housing program today. Where is it happening? In your ministry or by the Prime Minister? Where is it happening, the housing program? Mr. Timmins was working for you or the Prime Minister? Oh, okay. All right. May his soul rest in peace. May his soul rest in peace. But Mr. Speaker, What's that? You know where he was before he died? By you? He was by you? He was by you before he died? Oh, okay. Was he by any member of the audience before he died? I don't know. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
6 more minutes.
Mr. Speaker.
6 more minutes.
The economy of Dominica, like economies around the world, has suffered from this COVID-19 pandemic, and it falls to us to put things in place to refloat the economy, to kickstart it, to reset it. And one of the things we can do is to engage our money. The cheapest available money for us is the money that belongs to us and that must be used for our purposes. And so let's get to the business of accounting for these monies that have not been accounted for and utilizing them where they need to be utilized. I heard some talk this morning about, and I specifically asked the Prime Minister, when I heard him talk about turkeys and hams, what were you talking about? And he said that, okay, whatever, he was doing this, he was doing that, toys all over the country, etc., etc. Mr. Speaker, you know what would happen if the government came up with a bright idea tomorrow morning that it was going to source $500,000 worth of pizza from Domino's in Miami and bring it in and distribute for Christmas. You know that would basically have a devastating impact on pizza joints across the capital city. And the purchase of the hams and turkeys directly from the US, bypassing local suppliers, basically will mean not much ham, not much turkey will sell in Dominica for the Christmas. And those persons who depend on selling a little turkey to make $1 to pay their employees, they will feel the impact of that. The government needs to be careful as to how it operates in this economy, because you cannot be at this stage of pressure on all of these private sector people who have been struggling to survive. Go and take a huge chunk of sales, millions of dollars from their retail sales in 2 items that are popular around the Christmas time. Mr. Speaker.
He was referring to what the Prime Minister said. Yes. Yes, he's allowed. He is referring to a matter.
Mr. Speaker, I will simply say that we in this Parliament need to be honest,
3 more minutes,
truthful with our oversight responsibilities for public finances, and where we don't need to be taking loans that will represent a burden on those to come after us, especially where we don't seem to be too excited about putting things in place that will ensure a capacity in a public sector capacity to service those loans down the road. We should be very careful about the loans that we contract. I am concerned that we have already racked up our loans for this financial year to, including this $27 million now, to $283.5 million, while we have resources available to us that could comfortably allow us to fund all of these priorities and more without the exactitudes and burdensome responsibilities of loans to be repaid down the road. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the motion before us and to just make some brief observations, Mr. Speaker, by way of my contribution to this debate. Mr. Speaker, you know, it is interesting. I sat very diligently in the House Mr. Speaker, and listened to the opposition members, and I was amazed and astonished, Mr. Speaker. I listened to Senator John Finn, and she made a rounding statement, Mr. Speaker, this morning, when she said, debt is a two-edged sword. When used badly, it can lead to disaster. It is a fact. I agree with you. And I thank you for that statement, Mr. Speaker, because that is exactly the consequence of the United Workers' Party's actions on this country, Mr. Speaker. That is why the lesson of mismanagement that we have learned 20 years ago is important. 20 years ago is important because we're debating another loan here in this house this morning, Mr. Speaker. We're debating a loan facility to fight the worst pandemic known to man, Mr. Speaker. And I'm getting the impression that the members of the opposition are in disagreement, Madam Speaker, to allowing the government the approval for this loan facility. And we have to check their track record. That is why their track record is important. We have to go back to that, Mr. Speaker. And that is why I was amazed to hear Senator John Finn speak about a two-edged sword that can lead to disaster. Because that is exactly what happened with the loan from Citibank in Trinidad. $150 million loan taken at 14% interest, Mr. Speaker, in August of 1999 on the pretext of the construction of an international airport. And by December of the very year 1999, Mr. Speaker, the treasury was empty, Mr. Speaker. Not a cent could be accounted for. And the leader of the opposition has to walk out of this honorable house when I stand to speak, because he is the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, who has the responsibility for oversight of government finances. And he comes to this house to give the nation the impression that this government is doing something untoward. Mr. Speaker, how many times must we come to this house to explain the use of the citizenship by divestment program? Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister have done it. Mr. Speaker, I have been at pains to do it myself, although I don't claim to be a mathematician, Mr. Speaker. Maths is not my strong point. I leave maths for the accountants and for the finance people, Mr. Speaker, but the explanation is clear as daylight. In English, it was given to us. There are three wings of the citizenship by investment program, Mr. Speaker. And coincidentally, Mr. Speaker, that is a program that was started by our then Mary Eugenia Charles in 1993, Mr. Speaker. When the United Workers' Party came to office in 1995, they didn't scrap the program. They didn't disregard the program. They didn't abandon the program. They re-engineered the program and called it the re-engineered economic citizenship program. That is what they call it. So today, to stand in this honorable house and give the country the impression that this government is doing something untoward with the program, Mr. Speaker, is very disingenuous, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition come here with his phony maths, Mr. Speaker, and trying to give the impression that the government have some money somewhere else other than where it is, and doing his calculation by how many citizenships, by how many passports that will give Mr. Speaker. And he knows, Mr. Speaker, that one applicant under the program can have 1, 2, 3, or 4 dependents under him, Mr. Speaker. There is a family option under the citizenship by investment program, Mr. Speaker. The first program that came about when the program was originally conceptualized was the real estate program, because the program came about to help us to expand, Mr. Speaker, our hotel room stock on island. That's why the program started with the Layu River Hotel. Mr. Speaker, when we came to power, Mr. Speaker, the United Workers' Party had brought this economy to its knees, Mr. Speaker. The economy was in free fall, collapse, Mr. Speaker. And that is why we came up with the EDF, the Economic Diversification Fund, another wing of the Citizenship by Investment program, so you could have some monies for budget support, Mr. Speaker, because the United Workers' Party in December of 1999, Christmas time, this year could not pay public servants' salaries, Mr. Speaker. St. Lucia had to allow us to use their facilities at the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank to get monies to pay public servants at the end of December 1999. And when it was time for us to pay St. Lucia back the money, Mr. Speaker, they defaulted. The United Workers' Party defaulted on the first payment, Mr. Speaker. So what you're talking about, management of the economy, the record is clear. We can go through it if you allow me to digress a bit, Mr. Speaker, to make my point. $276 million deficit on the consolidated fund of Dominica in 1999. $87 million overdraft at the NBD was the work of the United Workers' Party. $37 million more than what was approved by this House of Assembly. Mr. Speaker, it's important for me to take my time and go through those facts and figures, because there are 18 and 19-year-olds today who were babies at the time and do not know about the extent of the mismanagement of the Dominican economy by the United Workers' Party. And I say that to my parliamentary colleagues, because I see you as my parliamentary colleagues, not just in the opposition. You must know those facts when you stand to speak. You must know what precarious position the country was placed in as a record or as a consequence of mismanagement. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues have spoken about $140 million that was loaned from Citibank in Trinidad on the guise of building an international airport at the time, which was ill-advised. The World Bank advised us, Mr. Speaker, against the building of the international airport. $140 million was loaned at 14% interest, Mr. Speaker. Today, as we speak, the people of Dominica is still saddled with the payment of that loan in excess of $300+ million. We speak of an international airport today. That money, Mr. Speaker, could be used to build our international airport, Mr. Speaker. And that is in response to the United Workers' Party's record of mismanagement. That is in response to their record of mismanagement, Mr. Speaker. $9 million of unprocessed LPOs. LPOs that had gone out to business places in Dominica that couldn't be repaid. That's what we're talking about. $33 million owed to the Dominica Social Security. That is what we're talking about, Mr. Speaker. And they took all of the dividends that government was supposed to be receiving over the years, Mr. Speaker, from Cable and Wireless, and they committed it to the repayments of the loan and deprived the Dominican people of these monies over the years. We're talking about mismanagement of the economy by the United Workers' Party. Today here, everyone here should be supporting that, because we know what we went through, Mr. Speaker. COVID is not a situation that is germane to Dominica, Mr. Speaker. The world over is struggling with the COVID-19 pandemic. We have heard our neighbors, Mr. Speaker, lamenting about their cases going up. Yesterday was the highest daily death rate on record in the United States of America, the largest economy, the most powerful country in the face of the earth, and we are here debating a loan to fight COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, we here talking about ham and turkey, Mr. Speaker, in the highest court of the land. Mr. Speaker, are we serious about what we're doing? Are we serious, Mr. Speaker? We're talking about businesses. So many businesses have spurred up since this government was in power, since we got the economy back on track. We have Do It Center, my own way. We have Robinson's Tire Shop in Kenfield. We have Fresh Market that has been opened. Fort Young is expanding. If we look outside the window there, Mr. Speaker, we see the high rise going up before our very eyes. This more S-Smart is open, Mr. Speaker. We spoke this morning about 8 new 5-star world-class hotels being constructed right now in Dominica. We come here and the opposition is speaking. I am wondering, where have they been Mr. Speaker? Are we living in the same Dominica? Or is this a tale of two worlds, Mr. Speaker? Because that is not the Dominica that I see. That's not the Dominica that I live in. Jolly's Pharmacy is expanding. They open a brand new expanded branch in Fokole there, Mr. Speaker. 7-Eleven, Mr. Speaker. ACS has 2 branches, one just a stone throw away. And when we're talking about the state of the economy, Mr. Speaker, and why the economy can handle that COVID-19 loan that we're talking about right now, because the economy is strong. The economy is strong because of proper, prudent, and visionary management of the resources of the state, Mr. Speaker. That is what we are speaking about. That's the Dominica that we live in today, Mr. Speaker. United Workers' Party left $87 million in bank overdraft. Bank overdraft, Mr. Speaker. That is what we're talking about. I spoke to you about that, Mr. Speaker. I mean, look at where we are today. More money in circulation than ever before. Mr. Speaker, I'm no businessman, but all financial institutions has a ratio of loans to savings, Mr. Speaker. And right now, savings far outweigh loans. People the banks are literally awash with money. That is the state of the economy, Mr. Speaker. Dominica can handle this COVID-19 loan that we are asking the Parliament to approve, Mr. Speaker. And this government, unlike the United Workers' Party, Mr. Speaker, have a record of repaying all of our loans on time, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand there without any fear of contradiction, without a shred of a doubt, Mr. Speaker. We have never defaulted on any loan that this government has taken. We have never defaulted in the 20 years. That is prudent management of the economy. I mean, we shouldn't be here debating something that is so defensible, something that is so clear, Mr. Speaker. Everybody, regardless of who you support in Dominica, will tell you that the government has done a marvelous job on the COVID-19 management in Dominica. Everybody will tell you that. Today, I was listening to the news, and one of our neighboring countries, Mr. Speaker, was messing around with the COVID-19 protocols for people coming in, and in one wash, they got what? 40 cases. It is in that context that we have to approve that loan, Mr. Speaker. It is in that context that we have to approve the loan, not coming here and shooting red herrings about things that have been debated, things that have been explained over and over in clear and precise, simple terms, Mr. Speaker. And I am convinced that the leader of the opposition is not doing that out of ignorance. I don't want to give him that excuse at all. That is a deliberate attempt to mislead the people of Dominica. You tried the 1.6 billion budget. You tried it in the campaign, 1.2 billion or some stupidness like that. The people of Dominica, the ordinary man, the farmer, the fisherman, the 18-year-old college student went to the polls and they told you unequivocally that we reject the 1.2 argument at the polls. Not 11 seats, you know, Mr. Speaker. Not 11 seats to 10, you know. Not 12 seats, you know, to 9. With 2 seats, you win by 5 votes, and the other one you barely scrape through, you know, Mr. Speaker. 18 seats, Mr. Speaker. And in doing so, you have the popular votes in the country. So although we have a first-past-the-post system, Mr. Speaker, if we had proportional representation in Dominica, how much is that? 60% of Dominicans went to the polls and they debunked the 1.2 million. You find that not enough. You come into this house now and you're talking about what? 1.8, 1.8. Some stupidness. I mean, you in saying that, you really don't have respect for the people. You really treated the people with contempt, Mr. Speaker. So I think we should here and now, as serious, responsible parliamentarians, and I'm warning you, I'm going to ask for a division on it. We should support the people. And some members on the other side, you are in the medical profession, you were in the medical, you spoke very well. I supported you. You spoke very well. Let us act as responsible leaders in this country and do the responsible thing and support this motion before the House to ensure that we continue to maintain a safe and secure Commonwealth of Dominica, which we all love and would like to continue to live in. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I will be very brief. It's Christmas time. People have to make their shodo and their fruit cake and all of these fancy things for Christmas. Notwithstanding COVID-19, there is a feeling, Mr. Speaker, in the air that we will have a good Christmas in Dominica. And we thank God for that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're here to seek parliamentary authorization for a loan of $27 million. It is the first time we are borrowing from that institution. And the truth be told, Mr. Speaker, that institution reached out to us. We didn't go to them. They reached out to us and said to them, look, we are putting this package of financing to provide concessionary funding to help countries cushion the impact of COVID-19. And Mr. Speaker, that speaks to the character of this government. It speaks to the respect which this government has earned itself in international financial institutions. Extraordinary. When the banks in Dominica, Mr. Speaker, anywhere pre-approved loans, they call people who can pay, who've been paying. They don't call somebody who is owing the bank or not paying their loans. They don't call you. They call people who are saving, who when they take a loan, they repay, and they honor their commitments. Mr. Speaker, when we came into office in 2000, there was no financial institution in the world that was lending money to the United Workers' Party government. Not the World Bank, not the IMF, not the Caribbean Development Bank. Because we had a reputational issue. There was a perversion of recklessness in the administration of the state finances. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, the records will show that because the United Workers' Party violated the procurement rules of the World Bank, when we came into office, we had to repay monies to the World Bank because the government of the day violated the procurement rules of the World Bank. The Caribbean Development Bank was not lending money to us. It had stopped lending money to the Aid Bank, which was a major partner of the Aid Bank. This is the stark reality we're facing with. But today, Mr. Speaker, when we approach any financial institution, they lend us money. Likewise, when we go on the Eastern Caribbean Securities market, we are always oversubscribed. And we have gained among the lowest interest rates. Because when we sign an agreement with anybody, they know that the government of the Commonwealth of Dominica, led by Roosevelt Skerrit, will honor its commitment to whoever we enter into agreements with. And listen to this, Mr. Speaker. Listen to this, Mr. Speaker. We were faced with the international financial crisis of 2008. An external shock. We were faced with the oil crisis during that period. An external shock where the oil prices skyrocketed. Then we were faced with the 2010 Ophelia. Then we were faced with the 2013 Christmas trough. And the unforgettable and painful Erica of 2015 and Maria of 2017, and now the pandemic. During all of these crises, Mr. Speaker, all of these shocks, external and natural disasters, we never defaulted on any loan payment to anybody. And we never asked anybody, even when we were suggested to us, it was recommended to us, to go and ask for loan payments, deferments, ask for debt forgiveness. I said, no. We have to maintain a principled position on such matters. That we should not be the usual, when you get a crisis, the first thing you run and tell people you can't pay them anymore. No. Let us remain prudent and responsible as we have been, and maintaining strong fiscal policies, and to see ourselves through. That's what we've done. And matter when I went to the World Bank in October, hurricane was in September, I went in October, we had paid them a week before for the loan payments, and they didn't expect us to pay. Because at the time of Maria, when we allowed everything to come into the country tax-free and duty-free and VAT-free, we had to be spending, our spending had increased by about 500%. Because not only had we to maintain and sustain the public sector expenditure and responsibilities, we had to provide support to the private sector. And this is the only government that has really made funding available to the private sector at concessional returns. Only government. So when I hear talks about whether we can pay, of course we have our debt strategy. We have our debt strategy in place. And we are mindful that when you borrow, you have to pay. This is why we have been very careful about borrowing, Mr. Speaker. And even when we borrow, we are not borrowing anything that is not of a concessionary nature. Nothing whatsoever. For many years now, Mr. Speaker, we have not gone past 4% of interest rates. Because we understand what prudence is. And we understand what planning is. And here it is. And Mr. Speaker, let the record, you know, they come here and want to compare Dominica with other countries. This is not my place to do that. Every country is going through its own unique challenges. This is a serious challenge, Mr. Speaker, of unprecedented nature. It's not a situation where one country has been affected and the rest of the world is moving. The whole world is affected. Your source markets are under lockdown. People can't go out in their own countries, from to go out of their countries. There are millions of Americans, over 40 million Americans who are still unemployed. 29 million plus evicted. This is the largest economy of the world. And who are us, little country, Dominica, not to feel the impact of COVID-19? And every country I know on this world, Mr. Speaker, has had to borrow to meet their recurrent expenditure to sustain the situation confronting us or them by COVID-19. We do not have the luxury of printing money and circulating the economy. We don't have that. And a country has three ways of raising revenues: grants, loans, taxes. And notwithstanding all of this, Mr. Speaker, we have not increased taxation in our Dominica. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, we spend the entire morning today giving tax concessions to the citizens of Dominica, the investors here in Dominica, Mr. Speaker. Giving back. Let them hold more money in their pocket. We have not increased taxation, we have reduced taxation. When we came into office, Mr. Speaker, the debt to GDP ratio was 131%. 131%. And we brought it down to 72%, Mr. Speaker, of GDP. And had it not been for Erica and Maria and this COVID-19, Mr. Speaker, our onward movers to bring down to 60%, way before the mandated period by the central bank. And all of this, we brought down the debt to GDP ratio, Mr. Speaker, during all of these external shocks and natural disasters. That speaks to the depth of the responsibility and the seriousness of this government. So, and we continue to implement policies and programs to allow us to create greater resilience in our financial system. This is why we have set up, Mr. Speaker, the central bank, and we said so in the budget address, to set up the Vulnerability Risk Fund. We have opened an account at the central bank, and we are depositing every month $500,000. And we made the first deposit in October and the second deposit in November, and we expect to make another one in December, Mr. Speaker, for rainy days, to deal with issues like COVID-19 if they were to come again, or God forbid a natural disaster, Mr. Speaker. And the reality is, Mr. Speaker, yes, you program for some months hoping that the virus would subside, the situation confronted would subside, but here comes a second wave. And in some countries, a third wave. Yes, they know the glimmer of hope with the vaccine, but even that is a voluntary offering. Here in Dominica, it is not mandatory that you take it. So even with that, people will still be frightened to move. Nobody expected the U.S. to be to be in that situation, Mr. Speaker, or Europe. But the reality is, they're in that situation. And we pray to God that the situation will subside. These are our friends. We have family and friends residing in these countries. These are our partners. All of Europe are great friends of Dominica. The United States of America has been great friend of Dominica. Canada. All of these countries are being affected in a dramatic way. And the other thing, it appears in the opposition, Mr. Speaker, and there's a consistency, and given that they're consistent, anything that is happening good for Dominica, they have an issue with it. And anybody who is helpful to the people of Dominica, they seek to demonize them, Mr. Speaker. So they have an issue with China because China is helping Dominica. They have an issue with Venezuela because Venezuela is supporting Dominica. They have an issue with Morocco because Morocco is helping Dominica. They have an issue with MMC because MMC is helping Dominica. They have an issue with Range, who built the Kempinski, because Range was working in Dominica to build the Kempinski Hotel. And if you see any Dominican who comes forward and offer their assistance, they demonize these people. That is their track record. Who are your friends? Who, if you were the government, you will be looking to help you? If you seek to demonize every single person who's working in Dominica. Everyone. Who are you going to look up to? We're not an island unto ourselves. We need friends. We need partners. You demonize the World Bank. You demonize the IMF. You hear the CDB has approved a loan for us. You're now attacking the CDB. I mean, really? And then, one thing I can give that leader of the opposition, Mr. Speaker, he goes to bed thinking of money. And he's having dreams of money and CBI money. And he has a calculator, Mr. Speaker, just for CBI money. That's it, CBI money. And you know, the reason why he is so caught up in the CBI money, because he is the one, along with Edison James, who went to St. Kitts with Chris Killen to offer to St. Kitts at the time, Dr. Douglas, that which they had agreed to give to Chris Killen, but they lost office in 2000. And so, sometimes you want to ask yourself, are they really dumb? Or are these people really wicked? And I'm being confronted with two of the evils fighting each other. I conclude they're both. Yes. Because anybody who knows about the CBI, Mr. Speaker, you cannot take the numbers and calculate it by another number. Because you have single applicant, you have applicant, husband and wife, you have husband, wife, and child, you have a family of 4, family of 5, family of 6, family of 7, family of 8. And the regulations speak to the price or the cost associated with each of these categories. So if you grant 5,000 certificate of naturalization, you cannot say it's every one of them paid $200,000 or $100,000. And they know that, but they've been deliberately malicious. And all their effort so this thing can be captured on social media and place Dominica in bad light. Because what they would want and they would be excited about is for Dominica to be blacklisted. A man dies, my brother, and you're celebrating this thing. I remember when Rosie died, the Workers' Party was celebrating, you know. They were celebrating. They were celebrating, and a man dies, and they're happy. And all sorts of innuendos. And you hear the leader of opposition asking, who was the man last with? Because his brother went on Q95 to say the guy was the last person he saw was Roosevelt Scary. That's the extent of this guy's evil. And and Dominicans understand this, you know, that they're always, anytime someone is always angry with themselves, it can't be of any God. It can't be of any God. You understand what I'm saying? It cannot be of any God, Mr. Speaker. These people did not come.
Your mic is off. Your mic is off, but I could respond to you here. The leader of opposition actually brought in a lot of matters dealing with CBI, yes, and all the matters he touched on, it is because of what the opposition leader said.
Every one of them.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
I'm responding to every one of them.
Ably corrected. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, and that's what I said earlier. When you open, I have to allow them to respond.
I won't say anything about you because I'm sorry for you. I'm sorry for you. I'm sorry for you. Mr. Speaker, I'm a perfect call short.
Interpret.
There is nothing personal. Perfect call wizard.
Interpret what does that mean in English?
You yourself an idiot, a
nice.
jester, a fool,
nice.
a macaque.
Yes.
You know very well. Yeah, Mr. Speaker. Guys, yeah, all right, partner. All right, okay. But my brother, but you ask me. If you want to learn, you ask me. No, you ask me, my brother. You ask me because you can't learn anything from Linton. Of course you can learn from me because you're trying to follow me, and it's good. Follow me, but follow me in your words and your actions. Guys, boy, anyway.
Senator, yes, continue, Honorable Minister.
I don't know, you see, that's the problem, you know, Mr. Speaker. That's the problem I have with opposition. They say everything about Roosevelt Scary every day, morning, noon, and night. I sit down there, I take my blows, Mr. Speaker. I take my blows. I take my blows, Mr. Speaker. When I say something, everybody desolate, everybody, everybody working on themselves and so on. I mean, I take my blows. I am simply responding to all of the points raised by the opposition. They ask for clarification.
Prime Minister, proceed.
All right. So, Mr. Speaker, so these guys, Mr. Speaker, I've always maintained that this issue of representation is a serious matter. These are what people. And to first lead a people, you must love them. You must empathize with people. Because this government, Mr. Speaker, actions in large measure is rooted in Matthew 25, And they have an issue with these things about the government reaching out to the ordinary folks. Because they don't empathize with people. They're not there to make life better for people. They're not there. There's no sacrifice they're making. They're looking for a job. They want a job, and that's what they're interested in. Nothing about, they can never come with any serious agenda. And everything these guys do is seek to black-eye Dominica, to undermine the opportunities of our Dominican people. I mean, this lady is my friend, the senator and so on. But I mean, why are you so angry? Not you guys, are you a lady? I'm talking to a lady senator there. I live here a long time, I mean, I like the lady and so on. She's my friend and so on. But but she's always angry. Angry. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, can you allow me to please, I'm begging you.
Senator Massley. Senator Massley.
Mr. Speaker, the Workers' Party will never be in office in Dominica, never be. This is a reckless people, a people who have no regard for Dominica, no love for Dominica. It is all about self. And this is why the Dominican people will continue to reject them at the polls, Mr. Speaker. Reject them at the polls. Here it is, they come here and have all sorts of innuendos. Here it is a small country like us with limited human resources, limited financial resources, and the manner in which this country has been able to contain the spread of COVID-19. And they have difficulty, Mr. Speaker, in commending the government and the people of Dominica in a manner in which we have done so. Never. There have been all sorts of issues around this. Mr. Speaker, these people, and I am, this is why I have the greatest respect and trust of the Dominican people. Dominican people are not fools. We are bright people, and we know what is right from wrong. And the UWP is bad news for Dominica. Bad news. And the leader is even more of bad news for Dominica. And you know that. This is why they'll never promote him as Linton for PM. Not one T-shirt or poster anywhere in Dominica. Not one. Not one. Because they know, and all of them juggling to be leaders. Sparks want to be leader, my partner Clem wants to be leader, there I hear. That's why I say in Penville with the shop there. I mean,
You have to say senator. Yes, you have to say senator.
Clement say, Senator Master say, boy, the best way he can fight security Penville, boy, if he become leader. That's the only way he can at least, show up for the match. so he posted himself for leader. He says something. But my brother, with Linton there, boy, you have to fight to Linton for that, boy. You have to fight for Linton in that, and I'm telling you that. Okay? but you my constituent, I have to look out for you. You see what I'm saying? So, Mr. Speaker, we have had to borrow this money. And, the important point, Senator Marcelin, you have to recognize too, is that in the midst of all of this crisis in this world, we have not sent one person home, And we have kept everybody on a national employment program. And it's interesting sometimes that they talk about the NEP as if it is the best thing in Dominica. And at times they denigrate the people who are under the program. You see what I'm saying? They denigrate the people under the program. And every social program, every social safety net program we have maintained, all of the pensioners receive their pensions on time, Mr. Speaker. All. We give God thanks for that. Because I am satisfied, Mr. Speaker, that the hands of God is really holding this country. It's not me. I'm just an instrument, Mr. Speaker. I always tell people that. I don't take praise for these things. I am here carrying out a duty. And we're doing so as a team. And this country is fortunate, Mr. Speaker, And I'm not saying so because I'm the leader of the team. This country is fortunate, I'm even excluding myself. This country is fortunate to have these men and women running the affairs of Dominica at this time. And they were sworn in December. COVID came up here. We started planning for COVID in end of January. And you could have sworn, Mr. Speaker, that these men have been working in government for 25 years. And ladies, because of their commitment, their determination, and love for Dominica. And I look forward to the day for us to go back to the days when Mr. James was there and Mr. Ron Green was in the parliament. We could exchange some feast, but we go out in the corridor and talk. We go upstairs and we have dinner together. The dinner is for everybody. We've lost this, Mr. Speaker. You know it. You spoke about it publicly, and this is why you left. You left because you could not stay there anymore. But, Mr. Speaker, this is difficult times. We have to, as a people, be more productive. Those of us who are employed must be grateful for our employment, must take it for granted, because this is a difficult period for the world over, a period that we do not know how long will last. We're going into the new year, hopeful and prayerful. But you also have to be like a wise virgin and have sufficient oil in your lamp. Because we do not know how long this situation will persist. We look forward to a better 2021, but we must also prepare for a challenging 2021, Mr. Speaker. And we are working assiduously, and I want to, before I leave, Mr. Speaker, I don't give marks for free as a school teacher. You earn your marks, they give you your marks. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, when I grade you, I start with 100, and I subtract. So I assume everybody getting 100. So I put 100 on the paper, and then I subtract from the 100, and I give you what you earn. And I really want to commend the efforts of our new Financial Secretary, Ms. Dennis Edwards, Mr. Speaker. We really have decent, committed, hardworking people who have options elsewhere. but who have committed themselves to the service of Dominica and Dominicans. And we have to always give them the commendation. Not wait for when they go to the great beyond. Give them the commendation now and continue motivation to even push more. Because she came in at a most difficult period. And you would have sworn, Mr. Speaker, that she was the Finance Secretary for a very long time. And it speaks to her, not only her intellectual capacity, but her commitment. And she is a very important anchor of the management of the state finances and engaging on a technical level all of these financial institutions as we seek to work with these international and regional financial institutions to mobilize additional resources for Dominica in this very difficult period. And so far, I believe, all things considered, we have been very, very successful, and in large measure, based on the administrative leadership of Ms. Dennis Edwards, our new acting financial secretary. Mr. Speaker, since I'm sorry. All right. Thank you, Honorable Nicholas Esprit. Mr. Speaker, that's my short contribution to the debate here. We will use, as we have done this fund, I give this country assurance that we'll use these funds in our usual responsible manner, and to ensure that we can continue to hold the hands of Dominicans to see us through this difficult period. And this is what we will continue to do. This has always been our firm commitment, and we'll continue to do so, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
I am really happy that the Prime Minister, the Honorable Prime Minister, intervened at this time after the debacle that we all witnessed. The last time, at the last sitting of the Parliament, the leader of the opposition attempted to give us an economics lecture. And today, he played the role of a student by asking quite a few questions. And it's like a student in a classroom raising his or her hand, asking a teacher a question, but leaving before receiving the answer. I myself am completely baffled. I wonder, is he really interested in the development and the affairs of the Commonwealth of Dominica? And I note that all the senior members on his side have left, and it leaves only the newest and youngest members on their side here tonight. So there is hope. That's fine. A lighter movement, we welcome that. The leader of the opposition, very concerned with his posture. I looked at him and he seemed to be almost in celebratory mode because he likened borrowing of money to failure on our part or economic crisis. And it reminds me of a word that is steeped in German etymology called Schadenfreude, where people celebrate, they seek to revel with other people's pain. And that is completely indifferent and shows the sincerest, deepest, and earnest lack of sympathy. And certainly these qualities are not one of a leader. Why do governments borrow? Governments borrow for various reasons. In many cases, like in ours, and in many other parts of the world, when tax revenues projected are less than what is received. These funds are used sometimes as automatic fiscal stabilizers. These funds can enable higher spending without having to increase taxes. In our case, also, these funds are being used as investments in health, social sector, and the economic sector. In our case, again, these funds are coming from a more than willing investor that actually presented themselves to us, and we welcome that. In fact, governments borrow to bridge fiscal gaps in order to take extra money to stimulate the economy. So when a loan for COVID-19 emergency response is likened to a two-edged sword, I'm concerned. I'm concerned that an educator would suggest to a nation's children that regardless of what we do, that sword, that loan will harm us. We have a problem. Borrowing is and can be a healthy option. As a matter of fact, borrowing is what has many of us here today. That's what allowed us to have an education, a car, our home. That's what allowed us and allows us to invest in our children. My colleagues, Mr. Speaker, my colleagues and the Honorable Prime Minister already summed up this debate. But something was said before Senator the Honorable Rivera spoke that I want to briefly address. I know teachers well, very well. I have been raised by one. I was raised by a teacher. I am who I am today because of teachers, my many teachers from primary school through secondary school to university, and not forgetting preschool also. God bless the hearts of all teachers in Dominica. Our teachers are irreplaceable jewels in our society. Our teachers, true teachers, have emotional intelligence. They are calm. They are organized. They think critically. They have empathy. And they are enlightened. So what we heard earlier by a career teacher and educator was reckless, emotional, inconsistent with the virtues of truth, incoherent, and sadly replete with vitriol. And I would hope that because I love teachers, that the former educator would reassess and placate herself and not seek to damage and misrepresent the purity, sanctity, and integrity of her honorable contribution as an educator, and not seek to sully that in her new capacity. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Lugay spoke to saddling our children with debt and loans. Mr. Speaker, I am that child. I am one of those children, Mr. Speaker, who was saddled by debt by a reckless United Workers' Party government. Mr. Speaker, I was a minor then, but the recklessness still resonates, Mr. Speaker. My mother was a public officer then, a teacher who immediately had to make serious sacrifices to ensure my future. What hypocrisy here today, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a problem. A problem that many Dominicans have rejected time and time again because of their indifference and probably what seems to be forgetfulness. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Lugay and his fellow colleagues showed that they wore their indifference and forgetfulness as a badge of honor. This is shameful. Mr. Speaker, the opposition does not have to oppose everything. Mr. Speaker, it is shameful when we see that the government If people all over Dominica, health professionals, frontline workers are sacrificing, and the government seeks to borrow additional resources to access more funds to help in the fight, help in the response for COVID-19, and to witness a debate that started really before 12. We're hoping that this would have wound up by now. And we're continuing to argue whether we need this money, whether we should access this loan, whether it should be used to benefit the health sector, Mr. Speaker. Are we serious here? Mr. Speaker, this $10 million that we speak of, let's put this into perspective. 10 million US dollars, 27 million Eastern Caribbean dollars, divided by a population of approximately 70,000 people, $385 per citizen. Dominica, citizen here. Is this what we're arguing, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, we speak to a country like the United States of America, where the federal debt is about $27 trillion. Let's put trillion into perspective, 12 zeros. Debt to GDP ratio about 106, then you're hearing our Honorable Prime Minister speaking about ours having been reduced from they're about 31% to 72. And we're here debating whether or not we access financing of 10 million US dollars to help in a global pandemic. Are we serious? Mr. Speaker, in the basic rules of arithmetic, a negative times a negative is a positive. However, in this world that we live in, Senator John Finn, I really wish that this operation held true in this fiscal environment, but it certainly is not the case. Because decreased revenue compounded with increased expenditure is not positive at all. It results in a financing gap. The fight against COVID-19 is a serious economic undertaking. And instead, some of us are politicizing an issue with such seriousness and gravity. There's a cost to healthcare, a cost to COVID treatment, a cost to quarantine, a cost to testing. There's a cost to construction of new health centers and facilities, health and wellness facilities. There's a cost to the implementation, monitoring, and enacting of protocols. There's a cost to all these stabilization measures. This government has shown in this time period that we have supported individuals, businesses, micro, small, medium, and large. We have invested in agriculture, manufacturing, public infrastructure, you name it. There is a cost to everything, Mr. Speaker. It is not easy, especially in these times. But, Mr. Speaker, this government was not voted to do anything easy. It was not voted to raise a white flag and say, I surrender. This government was given a mandate, Mr. Speaker, to lead in extraordinary circumstances, and this is exactly what we are doing today, Mr. Speaker. So through this resolution, Mr. Speaker, we are merely ensuring and safeguarding the financial fortitudes of our country so that we will remain well equipped to fund and fight the war on COVID-19, to deliver the health security that all Dominicans deserve. I wish to thank the OPEC Fund for providing this much-needed facility at this most critical juncture, Mr. Speaker. This certainly is in the spirit of people-centered, sustainable development. And as Senator Rivera clearly articulated, OPEC doesn't give its money to anyone, but just anyone. You have to qualify for this. It is based on strict criteria and the ability of our government and a nation to repay. I wish to take this opportunity to thank all the health professionals in Dominica who have fought steadfastly through this year and continue to make sacrifices to keep us safe. By this loan, we are reactivating our pledge of support to all of you. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleagues, my leader, for having been on this journey of leadership and sacrifice. Tomorrow will be 1 year since we have been journeying together, and 20 years for some of you. While we are in the spirit of Christmas, I wish to thank my family, my community, Maho, our supporters, friends, and family, all the Dominicans who have entrusted us. I am humbled by your support. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure all Dominicans that regardless of the challenges at hand, this government that you have chosen, that we have chosen, will continue to deliver by its prudence, vision, and resolve. It will continue to deliver by your mandate and by the grace of God. Mr. Speaker, with these words, I yield to your guidance and authority as you put the question to the House. Have a blessed Christmas.
This concludes the debate on the motion. I will now put the question. Be it resolved that in accordance with Section 3.1 of the Loans Act, Chapter 6405 of the 1990 revised laws of the Commonwealth of Dominica, amended by Section 4 of the Loans Act, Number 4 of 1996. This Honorable House authorizes the Minister responsible for finance to borrow a sum not exceeding 10 million United States dollars, the equivalent to 27 million Eastern Caribbean dollars from OPEC fund, from the OPEC Fund for International Development on the following terms. Interest rate, 3% per annum. Service charge, 1% per annum. Repayment, 28 semi-annual installment commencing November 15, 2024. Grace period, 4 years. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The motion has been approved.
Second and third reading of bills.
Mr. Speaker, I move the second reading of the bill shortly entitled Value Added Tax Amendment Act 2020.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, as announced in this year's budget address, government granted an amnesty by way of a waiver of interest and the penalties due on outstanding personal income taxes, withholding tax, corporate tax, excise tax, and value-added tax liabilities in respect of tax periods prior to 2019. The amnesty applied to taxpayers who paid the principal taxes owed for the respective tax types between August 1st, 2020 and November 30th, 2020. the amnesty was largely successful. More than 100 taxpayers settled. A number of other taxpayers have indicated their interest to settle, but have stated that they require some more time to secure the funds. Understanding the current challenging times and the efforts that are being made, the Cabinet took a decision to extend the amnesty to January 31st, 2021. To give full effect to the policy, amendments are to be made to the Value-Added Tax Act number 7 of 2005. Currently, before this Honorable House is a bill for an act to amend the Value-Added Tax Act number 7 of 2005. The bill proposes the following. Clause 1.1 of the bill cites the act as the Value-Added Tax Amendment Act 2020. Clause 1.2 deems the act to have come into force on August 1st, 2020. Clause 3 amends 1. Section 28 of the act by inserting the following new subsections 5 and 6 after subsection 4. 5. Notwithstanding subsection 1 and subject to subsection 6, interest due on tax that became due and payable in respect of periods before 2019 is waived if all the principal taxes owed are paid between the 1st day of August 2020 and the 30th day of November 2020. 6. Subsection 5 does not apply to any interest paid before the 1st day of August 2020. And 2. Section 41 of the Act is amended by inserting the following new subsections 6 and 7 after subsection 5. 6. Notwithstanding subsection 4 and subject to subsection 7, any penalty payable in respect of tax that became due and payable in respect of periods before 2019 is waived if all the principal taxes owed are paid between the 1st day of August 2020 and the 30th day of November 2020. 30th day of November 2020. 7. Subsection 6 does not apply to any penalty paid before the 1st day of August 2020. So it's 31st of January? Don't get me wrong. Mr. Speaker, the government appreciates the efforts that are being made by the taxpayers to settle these arrears. It is our hope that with the extension to 31st January 2021, many more taxpayers will seize the opportunity to settle. This is actually money we are keeping in the pockets of our citizens. Mr. Speaker, I commend the bill to this Honorable House. I thank you.
The bill is before the House for debate. Yes, I recognize the Honorable Minister Alfred. Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I stand to support the amendment to the Value-Added Tax Act 2020 number 1 to waive any penalty in respect of tax which became due and payable in respect of period 2019 if all principal taxes owed are paid between 1st day of August 2020 and the 31st of January 2021. But before I make my very short presentation, I wish to extend season's greetings to the happy constituents of Pirit Supriya, Saint-Sauveur, Good Hope, Mopo, Deepa, Tranto, Cassibrus proper, and Formel. God bless you all real good. I also want to say that the time I spent this morning with the young people involved in the Building Technology Program and the youth officers at the Cassibrus Youth Center was time well spent. You all, especially Brendan Alexander and Ostunji Felix, and your two youth officers, Ms. Durand and Mrs. Daru, were very remarkable. Mr. Speaker, to foster economic growth and development, all governments need sustainable sources of funding for social programs and public investments, which requires that government raises revenue through taxation to include VAT. However, many businesses endure being closed by policy mandates and health concerns as it related to COVID-19. This affected the financial stability of many businesses because they had to continue paying essential expenses such as rent and utilities in spite of being faced with this challenge. In addition, businesses face certain structural challenges such as slim margins from factors such as decreased demands and the cost of health and safety compliance, and adopting new business and operating models, some of which were very difficult and expensive, such as the installation of new technology to help their businesses to succeed. Mr. Speaker, the extension in the timeline for tax amnesty initiative provides another opportunity for taxpayers to manage their tax burden, their cash outflow, and settle their outstanding tax dues. Mr. Speaker, our culture is one where whether we are financially constrained or not, people choose to buy at Christmas time. And people choose to treat themselves, whether with a simple visit to a hairdresser or a night at a hotel. Therefore, the government envisages that many businesses will collect much needed funds, which will make payment easier by January 31st, 2021. So the business sector wins and the government wins. Our business owners know that their government, this government, understands their needs. Understanding and empathy are so lacking in so much in political discussions and debates. These do not come from being a good speaker. These do not come because you can talk well. They come from active, empathetic, and inclusive listening. Mr. Speaker, empathy is essential to leadership, and our leader, the Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit, and this team are empathetic. And our spirit of empathy does not make us weak. To the contrary, it makes us strong and able to effect change even when we have to be accommodating, as in this case. Mr. Speaker, every government is in need of money now. Yet, we change the date. Yet, we extend the amnesty to facilitate our business owners. Mr. Speaker, knowledge is important to produce informed policy and make sound decisions, but understanding of people is also vital in a democracy. Understanding their affective as well as cognitive responses and their deepest concerns, fears, and hopes requires listening. And this government listens to all our people. Mr. Speaker, while some leaders are busy using all forms of media, primarily for talking and filling the heads of our people with nonsense spins on issues and posting slogans and political lies to belittle those who are busy minding the business of the Dominican people, we are busy listening to our people in an effort to make life better for them. Our business people requested an extension granted. We listen, and we want you to know that we have your best interests at heart, because we appreciated the contribution made by all of you to the development of this country, especially as we stand up and face this pandemic, COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, caring is a good trait to have. Allow me to quote Philippians chapter 2, verse 4. It says, "Let each of us look out not only of his own interests, but also to the interests of others." Caring is when you do a good deed for someone because it is the right thing to do. We care. When you care for someone, you make a difference and you lighten their load. This government cares. And part of our mission is to lighten the load of all our citizens, including our business owners. Therefore, I endorse the Value Added Tax Amendment 2020, and I wish all, especially our business owners and the Cassible's constituents, a Merry Christmas and a prosperous 2021. I thank you.
Mr. Speaker, just 2 minutes really, just to say that in these circumstances, any government, including this one, would be looking to collect all monies owed to it by everyone to help it finance the shortfall that has been realized as a result of the drop in revenue and the increase in expenditure. But we have always been an understanding government. And within these legislations, Mr. Speaker, the parent legislation, it gives the state far-reaching powers to collect monies due to it, including garnishing people's accounts. And so we could have gone through that route to collect monies. And one could say, well, there will be no need to borrow this $27 million. But we are mindful, Mr. Speaker, that this pandemic is impacting everyone, including the private sector, including our citizens and residents. And in an effort to give the private sector greater access to working capital and capital to sustain their businesses, we have reached out to them and offered them this amnesty. That is, and this amnesty, I believe, Mr. Speaker, may have been unprecedented. I am satisfied it is unprecedented in our country. And because of the extraordinary circumstance which we have found ourselves in as a country. I am happy to know, based on reports I have seen, that a number of people, over 100 people so far, individuals and businesses, have taken advantage of this amnesty. And there are some in the private sector who reached out to us as a government to say, look, my books are already back, and my accountant is working on this. We need a couple more weeks to complete the exercise to submit our taxes to the authorities. And I took the matter to the cabinet to extend it up until December 31. And there were some colleagues who said, well, let us just take it to January 31. And there was unanimous support for this, and this is why we're here. First, to give legislative authority to the policy statement in the budget to provide this amnesty for income tax, for VAT, for excise tax. And secondly, to also approve of the extension from the budget address to January 31. And based on my interaction with the private sector and citizens of Dominica, they have welcomed this policy decision. It has made their books up to date. It has removed this liability on their books, and it puts them in a better circumstance to treat with the financial institutions and to treat with their finances and their shareholders. Because once you owe the state, there's always this thing around over your head that the long arm of the state can always come at you. But the reality is we have tried not to extend the arm of the state too far because we understand the circumstance. And in looking at policies and programs and all of this, Mr. Speaker, during the COVID-19 when people were in the mountains hiding away from people, I was consulting a wide cross-section of society at this famous farmhouse, Mr. Speaker, and listening to people about their issues. What can the government do to make life better for you? What can the government do to make your business grow and to make more profit? This is what I engaged people in during the COVID lockdown, Mr. Speaker. And all of these policies that we've seen come up in this year's budget address, and those that we came here today to seek parliamentary approval for, came from those consultations. And this is why, if the opposition has anything constructive to offer, then I am open. I have an open door policy. That you can sit with me and say, Scary, you know, boy, we can do A, B, C, D, E, F, G, you know, if we do this way and that way. Let us be constructive. And this is what the government is about, and I'm very happy that we're able to follow through on this decision. In that case, we're talking about the value-added tax, but there's also the excise tax, and the Parliament gives the Cabinet the authority to deal with the income tax issues and so on. So a number of people have taken advantage of it, and from estimates, based on the number of people who sent me WhatsApp messages, the number will increase significantly by the end of January 2021. What I will say, Mr. Speaker, in the process of being as transparent as we have always been, that I cannot promise for any extension beyond January 21. So, have your Christmas ham fast. Tell your accountant to work during the Christmas break. Go to church on Sunday. Use the rest of the break on Christmas Day, sorry, and use the rest of the time to put your books in order and submit this well in advance of January 31. But when midnight comes on January 31, the legislation would come to a natural death. And I don't think we can resuscitate it, even if we give it life support, Mr. Speaker. So you have an opportunity to exercise that opportunity of taking advantage of this opportunity, and we hope that you can do so quickly and benefit from this once-in-a-lifetime offer of a dramatic rebate. Because this, Mr. Speaker, let's put in simple layman's terms to our people who are listening, to understand what this government is doing to help people. This is government's money. When people pay VAT for any good or service they procure from you, that is government money. You know, when, Mr. Speaker, you're in the countryside and you have a bakery and somebody's selling bread for you, they put in a special tin. That's the bread money. So when the bread man comes, you give him his tin, he takes his money, he gives you a commission, and then he gives you back a tin, and so forth. That is government money. So the waiver of the penalty and the interest is really government money we're telling you to hold, take as your own, and the hope is that you will invest it and make good use of it. That is essentially what it is. And what better stimulus one can receive, Mr. Speaker, that if you owe in the government $100,000, 50 of which are interest and penalty, and the government is telling you, hold the 50, and just give me the other 50. That is what we are doing here with these kinds of decisions, Mr. Speaker. Because if the government did not take that decision, every day the interest and penalty goes up. And until and unless You pay the government. You are still owing the government. You have to put it, if you are serious about business and your accountants are transparent, they'll put it on the books as a debt. And in this legislation, in the VAT legislation, Mr. Speaker, the directors are liable, personally, for remitting to the state, VAT collected. So not only the company, the directors are liable. So we could, in fact, go to the private accounts of the directors to get the Treasury's money. So this is an extraordinary, generous undertaking. At a time when every government in the world, every one of them in the world, is searching everywhere we can get money from to sustain this circumstance of COVID-19. And I am really happy for the many people. And I understand sometimes, Mr. Speaker, I am a practical person. You know, we do not encourage people not to pay the taxes. You must pay the taxes, but sometimes things happen. And you keep saying you will pay, and you keep falling back, and it gets worse, and to the point where you are unable to get out of this hole. So now that the government now has taken you out of this hole and put you up, we fill the hole. We fill the hole now with rocks and everything else, and we put it on firm ground. Stay on firm ground. Create a resilience fund in your business, as the government is doing in its business. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to write to all of the government companies and statutory corporations to demand that they create a resilience fund themselves and save every month a particular amount that will be determined, like the government is doing. So that when there's a shock, the Minister of Finance can authorize you to go and get from that special fund to meet your expenses, rather than coming to the central government to underwrite the stuff. And so this is what we're going to be extending. So the same prudence that we maintain in the central government, that will be extended to all government companies and statutory corporations. So now that we have taken private citizens and companies and placed you on firm ground, please stay on firm ground. Do not get yourself in this situation. So pay, remit. It's better you stay broke than you owing somebody. So remit. Remit. Because it's important for you to remit. Once you remit, then your refunds will be able to be made. But if you do not pay, and if some people do not pay, it makes it difficult sometimes for the government to give the refund. You understand? And I understand that sometimes there are structural issues in different places which creates a problem for many businesses. And what we have done, we've tried to facilitate people within the public service, you know, within the public sector, people who find themselves in situations. So I'm very happy for this, you know, and I'm hoping that the rest of our citizens who are in this particular circumstance can take full advantage of this once in a lifetime. Once in a lifetime. This is almost like COVID. 100 years ago, COVID was there, you know. So this is once in a lifetime offer, which is really extraordinary in this circumstance. Mr. Speaker, I want to really give support to this piece of legislation before the Honorable House.
Mr. Speaker, as I rise to close off the debate, please permit me to say a Merry Christmas to my colleagues here in the House, but especially to the wonderful people of the St. Joseph constituency. It's been a year since they elect me to represent them here in this honorable House, and I want to thank them for the love and support that I have received from the entire constituency. Mr. Speaker, let me remind us of the fact that this Labour Party government remains committed to the empowerment of every Dominican. This Labour Party government listens to every Dominican, and this Labour Party government has done, is doing, and will continue to do everything in its power to assist our people in improving their lives. Mr. Speaker, I was present at this lovely farmhouse in Mount Daniel when the Prime Minister held a stakeholders engagement. And I remember clearly that it was coming from my constituent, a young entrepreneur who suggested that we should have a tax amnesty. And I know today he and a lot of other taxpayers in Dominica are very happy. Mr. Speaker, he suggested that a tax amnesty would not only enable our taxpayers to meet their obligations and settle taxes, but it would also help government to raise much needed revenue in these crucial times of COVID-19. We listened, we engaged others, we did our research, and today we are implementing signs of a good government. Mr. Speaker, as I explained before, this amnesty started in August, and it was supposed to end on the 30th day of November, and it has been greatly successful. Over 100 taxpayers have benefited from this. But today we are here, and we are here again because we once again are listening to our Dominicans. And, Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind everyone here today that not only Labour Party supporters are benefiting, not only Labour Party supporters will get monies that were supposed to be the state's monies to remain in their pockets. I know of quite a few people who come out as UWP supporters, not only as their supporters, but you hear them openly on Q95, and I'm sure they too are very happy to keep this money in their pocket. But it's Christmas time, and I won't be long. I know we all want to go out and be with our constituents. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, I will end my debate here. I therefore oblige and wish to extend the tax amnesty to January 31st, 2021.
Yeah. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Value Tax Amendment Act 2020 be read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The bill will now be read a second time.
Value Tax Amendment Act 2020.
The bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House. House is in committee. Value Added Amendment Tax 2020 passed the committee stage without amendment. The question is that the report of the committee on the bill be adopted. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Value Added Tax Amendment Act 2020 be read a third time and passed.
Seconded. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Value Added Tax Amendment Act 2020 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Value Added Tax Amendment Act 2020.
The bill has been read a third time and passed accordingly.
Mr. Speaker, I move the second reading of the bill shortly entitled Excise Tax Amendment Act 2020.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
Because of earlier today, we had an administrative glitch. So we are going through the process properly from scratch. So the Honorable Minister will deliver and it will still be open properly for debate.
Mr. Speaker, as you know, this amendment to the excise tax to allow taxi and tour operators to realize a concession in the importation of motor vehicles is important for the tourism industry. As I mentioned, Mr. Speaker, we now have invested through the CBI investment option in a number of resorts and hotels across Dominica. And so, Mr. Speaker, in order to complement these luxurious resorts that we are going to now have in the first quarter of in order to complement the number of resorts that are currently being built in Dominica and to also improve the visitors' experience in Dominica, we felt as a government it was necessary to allow taxi and tour operators to upgrade their fleet. I believe this is a measure that the taxi and tour operators have been looking forward to. It has been well received by them. And so, Mr. Speaker, I am happy to submit this amendment to the Honorable House for consideration.
The bill is before the House for debate.
Mr. Speaker, I beg that the bill entitled Excise Tax Amendment 2020 be read a third time and passed. No?
We'll actually go for the second time and we'll go through the process. So the second time.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to wind up the debate and I thank the House for their support of this very important fiscal incentive to the taxi and tour operators of the Commonwealth of Dominica.
So just for the recording to the stenotypist, in where the Honorable Minister said that she read the third time, strike it out and let's proceed properly. Okay. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Excise Tax Amendment Act 2020 be read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The bill will now be read a second time.
Excise Tax Amendment Act 2020.
The bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House. Tax Amendment Act 2020 passed the committee stage without amendments. The question is that the report of the committee on the bill be adopted. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Excise Tax Amendment Act 2020 be read a third time and passed.
Seconded.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Excise Tax Amendment Act 2020 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Excise Tax Amendment Act 2020.
The bill has been read a third time and passed accordingly.
Mr. Speaker, I move the second reading of the bill shortly entitled the Bill Act 2020.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, this government for a while now has been working on a bail bill for the Commonwealth of Dominica. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that the system as it is now has functional challenges, and therefore the adoption of a bail bill will see significant advancement in the system of bail in the Commonwealth of Dominica. The introduction of the Act will also be an important step in the improvement of proper administration of criminal justice in Dominica. Mr. Speaker, the bill being presented recognizes the fundamental rights of liberty guaranteed under the Dominica Constitution of 1978, but it's important to note, at present, the court uses common law and established guidelines to assist in its deliberation of granting bail. Mr. Speaker, the exercise of a judge's or magistrate's discretion in admitting an accused person to bail calls for a balancing of the scales by weighing the interests of the accused person and his fundamental rights on one hand, and the interests and rights and freedoms of others, and the public interests on the other hand. There is the issue of the interest of the individual to remain at liberty unless or until he is convicted of a crime significantly or sufficiently serious to justify depriving him or her of the liberty. But the community has a countervailing interest in seeking to ensure that the course of justice is not undermined by the flight of the suspect or perverted by his interference with witnesses or evidence, and that it does not take advantage of the delay before the trial to commit further offenses. The bail bill is divided, Mr. Speaker, into 5 parts. Part 1 contains a short title, Interpretation and Application Provisions. Mr. Speaker, I therefore wish to highlight the definition of bail as outlined in the proposed bill, which includes bail grantable in or in connection with proceedings for an offense to a person who is accused or convicted of an offense, or a person who is under arrest for an offense, or for whose arrest an offense a warrant endorsed for his bail. Mr. Speaker, Part 2 of the proposed bill establishes a right to bail, and that is applied in Section 4 of the proposed amendment, and requires that the conditions of bail be reasonable. Mr. Speaker, we must ensure that every bill or amendment being proposed is modern and responsive to today's society and cultural realities. This is why, Mr. Speaker, there's a provision for the police to grant bail, but in limited circumstances. And he has to be at the rank of inspector or an officer in charge of a police station. And the relevant section in the proposed measure before this Honorable House, Mr. Speaker, is Section 5. Mr. Speaker, it's important to note that the most recent statistics on crime show that there are offenses that are common, and those include sexual offenses and offenses including the usage of illegal firearms. And we have recognized, Mr. Speaker, that certain criminal actions hurt the community and country as a whole, and that despite the right of an accused to bail, the bill will propose, Mr. Speaker, that some offenses should not attract bail. Mr. Speaker, Section 6 in that regard is the relevant section, and therefore outline the circumstances in which bail may be denied. However, Mr. Speaker, this Act lists offenses where bail shall not be granted, and I want to reference those offenses for emphasis, Mr. Speaker. Offenses such as murder, treason, drug trafficking, violent offenses including the use of firearms, kidnapping, abduction, robbery or rape, terrorism, and offenses punishable by a term of imprisonment of 5 years or more. And the relevant section, Mr. Speaker, is Section 7. Mr. Speaker, it's also important to note that the act retained, or the proposed act, retains most of the judicial discretion that is necessary in bail hearing and give guidance to the type of issues that the court may consider during its deliberation. Mr. Speaker, the proposed bill therefore outlines the condition of bail in Part 3. A person who is granted bail must surrender to custody, and the defendant may be required to give surety for his surrender, the relevant section being Section 8. And this act, which is being proposed before this Honorable House, gives the court the requisite tools to curtail the movement of offenders, especially if they are considered to be flight risk or a danger to the safety of the victims and witnesses. As already obtained, Mr. Speaker, the court will have purview to request the surrender of travel documents to the court, the provision of a surety reporting to a police station at appointed times. The issue of sureties, Mr. Speaker, is connected to the issue of bail, and this proposed bill lays down the consideration that the court must have when considering the suitability of a proposed surety. Likewise, Mr. Speaker, the Act lays down the ways in which a surety can be released from his or her obligation. Part 5, Mr. Speaker, of the Act addresses the procedure for bail. It is made clear that the defendant has a right to apply to the court for bail, and the appropriate section in this regard is Section 15, and mandate that records be kept of any decision in regards to bail, Section 14. To ensure the seriousness, Mr. Speaker, of the right of the individual accused is respected, the bill requires that reasons for the decision of denying bail be given by the magistrate. And the section of law to be referenced in that regard, Mr. Speaker, is Section 14. It is important to note that the bill clearly lays out, Mr. Speaker, the powers of the High Court in relation to bail. And the reference section is Section 17. Mr. Speaker, this proposed measure highlights the powers of the High Court to grant bail where a person has been committed into custody of the High Court for trial and for sentence, and has appealed the High Court decision. The High Court also has the ability, Mr. Speaker, to grant or vary the conditions of bail. Part 4 of the Act sets out miscellaneous provisions such as consequences for absconding, and that is very important, Mr. Speaker, or breaching bail conditions. And the relevant section in this regard is Section 19. Please note, Mr. Speaker, that the breaching of bail or absconding from bail will be treated very seriously and harshly in this proposed measure. Where a person who has been released on bail fails to surrender to custody, this will be treated as an offense punishable either on summary conviction or as it's, Mr. Speaker, where it were a criminal contempt of court. And it's very important to note that, Mr. Speaker. And such persons, therefore, are liable under this proposed measure to a fine of $10,000 or imprisonment of 12 months. If a person in breach is committed to the High Court for sentence, he or she is liable to a fine of $20,000 or to imprisonment of 18 months, and a fine can also be applied. So this is serious business, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, overall, Mr. Speaker, this bill is very significant, and we're very proud of this legislation which is intended, Mr. Speaker, before this Honorable House, which is the first act of its kind in this country, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say that it is breaking ground and is going to change the legal culture regarding the manner in which bail is granted before our courts, Mr. Speaker. The impact, therefore, will be seen in the jurisprudence of this island for generations to come. With this very brief presentation, Mr. Speaker, I commend this bill to this Honorable House.
The bill is before the House for debate.
Mr. Speaker, I would just like to contribute to the debate by supporting the passage of this bill through the House, Mr. Speaker. As a former attorney at law who practiced in this country 20 years ago, really, yeah, Mr. Speaker. As a young attorney, Mr. Speaker, in the late 90s, representing and defending clients at the magistrate and the High Court, a lot of times we came up against law enforcement, or in the whole issue of bail. So for us to be here passing this bill before this Honorable House to really codify all of the issues surrounding bail and to make it clear right now that we have a law so that both practitioners, defense attorneys, state attorneys who work with the DPP, who work in other areas of the public service, the law enforcement officers, everybody, the magistrates, the judges, everybody now will have a piece of legislation that they can go to, which is clear as to what obtains in every circumstance where bail becomes an issue. And I really would like to commend the government. This government has really been forward-thinking and visionary from day one, from the start. And this government has the record of coming to the parliament really with the most pieces of legislation to really advance the lives of the people of Dominica. Really, and I'm very happy and proud to be a part of the passage of this bill to the Honorable House, being an attorney at law myself, Mr. Speaker. It's essential, you know. because you see, Mr. Speaker, essentially every man in the country has a right. And really, I mean, the accused is only guilty, is innocent until proven guilty. He's only brought in guilty after having gone through the process. So he's entitled, Mr. Speaker, to all of the issues, all of the avenues that are available to him, Mr. Speaker. And really, you know, we should have a philosophy of limiting the instances upon which we deprive the individual of his liberty. That should really be the case until we have no more recourse, Mr. Speaker, but to impose a custodial sentence, as the case may be. So I'm very, very happy for this piece of legislation. I'm sure that I speak on behalf of the entire Bar Association in Dominica when we say we'll be happy for that, because a lot of attorneys, a lot of defense counsel, even when they would go to the various police stations around Dominica to see their clients in custody, to get bail for them, is an issue. You know, and another element of the bill that I want to mention here is the fact that station bail right now is enshrined in the bill, and it says exactly under what condition station bail can be granted. And the level of seniority of officers that can grant the station bail. I believe the minister mentioned those ranks when he introduced, and I think that is very good. So, because you see, while the individual is entitled to his liberty, but bail is a serious issue. And I'm happy that there are certain circumstances under which bail will not be considered, period. I'm happy for that. I have always had an issue with a person, with an accused, a murder accused, being entitled to bail, especially when you have other issues in the community and in the surroundings upon which the crime was committed, so to speak. Also for offenses against the person, and especially sexual offenses also. So I'm happy that the minister outlined things like murder, treason, especially drug trafficking too. We need to send a clear message out there that drug trafficking will not be permitted in Dominica, because drug trafficking has other attendant criminal activity that goes with it. So once you come up and the police arrest you for things like drug trafficking and firearms in this country, then that takes away the discretion from the court to grant bail, and I'm very happy for that, and I support the move of the government in passing this groundbreaking legislation. Mr. Minister, I don't know if there's any other OECS country in the region right now. With that, we should really find, I think the AG will probably clarify that when he comes. But I really want to commend the government on this piece of legislation before the House. And I want to encourage each and every one of us to support the legislation because it's absolutely necessary and important. I thank you for the opportunity of your attention.
I recognize Lady Catherine Daniel, Honorable Catherine Daniel.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a very short contribution to this bill. The main purpose of bail in law is to secure the defendant's presence at trial. Our laws are premised on the fact that, and I will read from the Constitution of Dominica, 1978, every person who is charged with a criminal offense shall be presumed to be innocent until he is proved or has pleaded guilty. Mr. Speaker, but we must understand that one of the main purposes of the law is to maintain order in society, to create a safe and healthy environment for the greater good of all. This bail bill does not seek to punish, as punishment is only effected or meted out by the courts when a sentence is delivered. But it does, however, what it does is monitor the defendant seeking bail and also monitor the process. The bill seeks to guide and protect the victims, the community, law enforcement officers, the court, the surety, and the offender. Mr. Speaker, prior to this bill, as Honorable Douglas said, that might be a first for us, a first in the Caribbean. The court dealt with each case based on what is presented to them. And very often you'd find people saying the court was very subjective in their decision in meting out justice. But now, having this bill, everything will be confined to this legislation, an objective approach to bail. Individuals will have knowledge of their rights, and they will also know the consequences for their actions. Individuals such as the alleged offender, their counsel, and law enforcement personnel. Mr. Speaker, the surety. Growing up, I know a lot of people who have taken bail for people, standing as surety for people, and what would happen? People would jump bail, and the surety will find themselves in problems. So now, with this legislation, the surety will know what processes, what consequences, and then they'll make an informed decision as to whether they should stand bail for anybody, because a lot of people like to jump bail sometimes. leaving the surety, as I said, in problem. So this bill will guide the surety in making an objective decision. Each player, counsel, offender, surety, victim, each player will be cognizant of the processes, the rights, the restrictions when dealing with or considering bail. Mr. Speaker, this bill captures the serious offenses, as mentioned earlier: murder, treason, terrorism, and we mustn't define terrorism as what these people in great countries do, or the ISIS type of terrorism. There are different types of terrorism. Human trafficking, a very serious offense. It also restricts the right to bail for these serious offenses. However, the right of bail can only be granted in justifiable circumstances. Knowing of the consequences will hopefully restrict contemplation of the crimes, thereby minimizing or eradicating crimes, creating a sense of ease in our society. People will be thinking, hopefully, let there be peace on earth and let it begin with me, rather than being caught up in some crime which will take them under serious situation. This bill therefore seeks to create order in our society, exonerating no perpetrator. It's a bill which ensures justice for all. And Mr. Minister, it's a well laid out bill, and I must commend you for that. Mr. Speaker, I am sure that persistent or repeated offenders will think twice after the passage of this bill becoming an act. And so I fully, wholeheartedly endorse this bill. Let me take this opportunity to wish my constituents of Collioure, Dubla, Bioche, Platte-Mapia, New Community, a blessed Christmas as we celebrate in the true spirit of the season. They have this extra ham, these turkeys, and everybody very exceedingly happy. I want to also commend Dominicans and wish them a blessed Christmas also. In this COVID period, let us as Dominicans more than ever ponder on the reason for the birth of our Savior, Jesus Christ, and give thanks. We have so much to be thankful for. First of all, look at what's happening in the world with this COVID thing. So we thank God for placing, we didn't place ourselves, placing this government there for this time and this season. Otherwise, I do not know what would happen to us in this pandemic. There's a poem which speaks to help the weak if you are strong, love the old if you are young. This is a period for that. And this is given to us in Romans 15:1 in the Bible. And I think maybe our leader, who is a strong, almost a pastor to the cabinet, I think he has taken his clue from that verse in the Bible, Romans 15:1, to be the way he is, to ensure that our people have what it takes to have a great life, a peaceful life. I just want to admonish people to be kind, be humble, be generous in this season. Don't go and your neighbor has no food. Offer somebody who is hungry a plate of food. And I'm saying that to Dominicans. You may have neighbors who may not have anything, who may not be able to cook something because they are sick. Visit them in this period of giving, this period of generosity, this period of loving. And life will be great for us in Dominica. May God bless the Commonwealth of Dominica. May God bless this government. May God bless everyone. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year to everybody.
Yes, I recognize Senator Masley.
Good evening to all. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank God for the opportunity for us being here. I also want to take time off to commend the Minister of Health and his support staff for their efforts thus far, and that's why we are all here considering what's going on in the world and the challenges that COVID has brought upon us. And I want to personally acknowledge the efforts. Mr. Speaker, I also want to chime in on the bill before the House, considering what is the challenges that we are currently facing for government to see it fit to place efforts at ensuring that this bill is brought here is noteworthy, and I will not be reluctant to commend them for this effort. Albeit the alteration to incarceration and rehabilitations are not popular with the public, and we see our public being very big on punitive justice and the eye for eye, or sometimes the eye for any eye approach, and to take those decisions here, which will really spike a cultural shift, is very applaudable. Mr. Speaker, it seeks to really address a burning issue that many Dominicans who may have fallen in some form of fall of the law are faced with certain difficulties. Mr. Speaker, the tough on crime approach as opposed to preventive and restorative response will only account for further problems and overcrowding in the remand yards of the state prison, and therefore I want to also support that bill. However, Mr. Speaker, I believe that this bill is very late in our history or in our development as a country. And again, I want to emphasize, I appreciate the effort. And going through the bill, I realized that we may have missed an opportunity to further highlight the efforts. Mr. Speaker, not everyone will be entitled to bail, and we accept that. But Mr. Speaker, for a family, having their loved ones arrested and charged with a criminal offense can be stressful and confusing at times. And we recommend the consideration of pre-trial house arrest could have been considered in this bill, where a defendant would be permitted to await trial at home under certain restrictions and while monitored by the use of electronic devices. We believe that this could be a useful tool in ensuring that we are able to monitor those who may not have, who have committed certain offenses and would require that. Mr. Speaker, it's something we are bringing this bill here, Mr. Speaker, and we would hope to see it capture the requirements of our time. Mr. Speaker, it's nothing far-fetched, Mr. Speaker, because we understand the advantages that this may offer. For example, Mr. Speaker, we would have individuals who are able to maintain a job, individuals who are able to fend for their family. Let's say, for example, Mr. Speaker, we would want legislation that would be able to be responsive to the special needs of women or of youth, Mr. Speaker, at times, and even the poor. Sometimes, Mr. Speaker, a poor person may not be able to pay the requirements for bail, meet the bail requirements, Mr. Speaker, and have to be incarcerated because of his inability to get security or surety for bail, Mr. Speaker, and then being a first-time offender may now be fraternized with seasoned criminals and come back, Mr. Speaker, and it doesn't really help in the rehabilitation of the individual. So, Mr. Speaker, this arrangement, we are just asking whether consideration in the future can be considered. It is of great importance, Mr. Speaker, that everyone would have to limit or take into consideration the plights of those who, from time to time, may fall into difficulty. We understand, and the bill clearly states the failure, what are the consequences if you fail to meet those conditions, and we are happy, we accept those conditions, Mr. Speaker. But however, Mr. Speaker, it also addresses the use of electronic devices also helps us to protect those who may decide to stand bail for their families. And these people decide to abscond bail, and Mr. Speaker, to the efforts at a cost to the state, because we have to expend efforts to find those individuals, bring them back. Sometimes they themselves may have compromised the security of other citizens, Mr. Speaker. And if we are able, Mr. Speaker, to consider those areas, Mr. Speaker, we can really improve on our overall response as a government. Mr. Speaker, most importantly, monitoring the defendants, Mr. Speaker, would help us to, you all done? To help us to, Mr. Speaker, not only deal with crime in isolation, Mr. Speaker, but it also fits in snugly with the government's digital, the thrust toward the digital economy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the digital economy would also would mean that but listen now, man. Mr. Speaker, that is why, Mr. Speaker, at times we sit here and we put in different nice plans, Mr. Speaker, but when there's a lack of understanding of how the systems would have to work, Mr. Speaker, then that is an issue. So, Mr. Speaker, what we were saying, that you are able to use real-time GPS tracking on individuals, Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Speaker, it will help complement the overall efforts of your police service, Mr. Speaker, as it's related in the UNDP, and Mr. Permit me to reference that document, the UNDP 2020 report, which says on Caribbean justice, assessment of the judicial systems, and I hope some of the members can take the time and read the document and see some of those recommendations are they are quite forward in there, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to just add that we consider that it also offers the opportunity where service providers can then serve as a bond agent, Mr. Speaker, and further again add to creating employment in a new direction, Mr. Speaker. I know it's new to the older gray heads, Mr. Speaker. They may be giggling, Mr. Speaker, but in Bahamas, you have the BAM track. You have other companies in the US that does that, where individuals or convicted criminals are given an anklet, which is reference to a GPS location or GPS point, and you are able to effectively monitor those individuals, Mr. Speaker. It is different But Mr. Speaker, we as Dominicans, I keep saying that, as I have said before, the legislation here it's a step in the right direction. We just want to see that we can amplify, because I am of the sole conviction that each and every one of us in this country has the ability to do exceedingly and far beyond the other countries, Mr. Speaker, and we should not sell ourselves short. We need to be open to different suggestions. Some of it may be very futuristic, but with our thrust towards digitalization, Mr. Speaker, this will fit snugly in creating new opportunities that some of us may not have seen. And Mr. Speaker, I only implore of maybe those who want to be stiff-necked on that issue, that they will just sit down and further reconsider, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is just a short intervention that I wanted to bring forward to this House, Mr. Speaker. I want to then take the opportunity to convey the warmest season's greetings to every Dominican here and abroad, Mr. Speaker. Those from the villages of Vacas, Tebow, and Penville, Mr. Speaker. I want to really, the parliamentary colleagues, I want to wish each and every one of us a fun-full Christmas. But listen, I have no qualms with the Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit, the Prime Minister of this land. I have learned, I've been taught that you respect leadership. And his position, whether I challenge it or not, doesn't mean a lack or disrespect to him. And I don't want anybody to get that. As a young man, he was one of the first to point out my political ambitions. He was one of the first. So in all my deliberations, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, a man has to make a decision for himself. A man has to stand on his own. So, Mr. Speaker, and I keep saying that. I can keep saying that, and it's out. Even if I criticize something that is being done, it does not mean it is personal. It does not mean that I am trying to be disrespectful. I am not that type of person. So, Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Blackwell, I also want to wish you a very Merry Christmas. The Honorable Prime Minister, a very Merry Christmas. And everyone here, a very Merry Christmas. But my partner, Reggie, a very Merry Christmas. Mr. Speaker.
You can say your partner, Reggie.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Reginald Austri. Mr. Speaker, and that is something we have to be aware of. Politics can be polarizing, but at the end, when we leave that battle, we need to be gentlemen with each other, Mr. Speaker. And I always learn from my dad. If you cannot lead, if you cannot follow leadership, you're not ready for leadership. So there is always a time in a man's life that he has to be led, and then he takes a decision on his own, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I want to implore all of our young people on our island, be careful how we tread. Let's be patient. We want to get things done, yes, but let's not find ourselves in acts that will get us, run us afoul of the law, and then we have to be wandering for bail and doing. Let's put our actions towards more provident activities on our country. Yes, Mr. Prime Minister? No, that's my brother. He knows that. He knows that. He's my brother. He is my brother. So, so he is not there. He is not there. He is not there, but he knows the deep respect that I have for him, and he knows that I am somebody that he could relate and talk to, and he knows that I always discuss any issue with him. Everybody is entitled to their opinion, and I also want to be grateful for his well, don't want me to go tonight. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I realize the other side always likes to have me here, Mr. Speaker, and no matter how agitated I get at times, Mr. Speaker, my entire desire and my fervent wish for this country is that we are able to transcend and move from the state that we are in and into a bountiful success. Mr. Speaker, thank you again, and have Merry Christmas to all.
Mr. Speaker, it behooves me to say a few words. I think a lot has been said already, and I don't propose to say too much more, but I think I would not be able to fail to place on record my support for this bill. It's been long in gestation. I think it has put the elephant in the shade when it comes to the length of time it's taken for this bill to finally reach this stage. But thankfully we have got to this stage, and as a previous speaker has said, we now have bail provisions codified in statutory form, so that everybody, the courts and those who have the fortune or misfortune to come before the courts, can go to the Bail Act and see what it says in terms of what their rights are and what their responsibilities are and what they can expect in respect to their situation, whether they're representing a client or whether they happen to be a defendant in a matter before the court. Mr. Speaker, it's important to make clear, particularly for those who will be listening and for the record, that we understand, as a government, that bail is not punishment. It's not intended to be, and the laws of the land do not allow the courts to treat bail as punishment. And that is a factor that has to be taken into account. Oftentimes when there are discussions and debates around crime and bail and so forth, people mistakenly take the view in their expressions that the courts and indeed the government is in a position to use bail as punishment. But our system, for better or for worse, does not allow that. And I shall touch in a short while on another aspect, because the courts guard very zealously their discretion, as they refer to it, and they take umbrage at parliaments and others seeking to, as they would see it, encroach on that territory of discretion. And that has to be recognized, and in crafting this bill, attempts have been made, or the attempt has been made, to stay on the right side of that line. That is to say, to recognize that bail is not punishment, but also to recognize that bail is an essential element of our criminal justice system, and therefore the justice system. Because, of course, whilst, as has been said by previous speakers, every individual has the right to the liberty in the ordinary course of events, the society, to protect itself, is obliged to take steps to protect the wider society. So whilst one has to recognize the constitutional right to liberty of the individual, the Constitution also provides for the state, and indeed obliges the state, to protect the interests of the wider society. And that is what this bill is seeking to do. It's seeking to provide provisions that ensure that those who do not require to be kept in custody will have their liberty, and that those who require to be kept in custody, whether for their own protection or for the protection of the wider society, that those people are indeed kept in custody. Mr. Speaker, Section 4 of the bill deals with the right to bail and provides for three circumstances, basically. One is a circumstance where somebody is perhaps charged with an offense which does not attract a custodial penalty. So, for example, an offense which the punishment for it is only a fine, for example. Then in those circumstances, a person in that category would be entitled to bail as of right. A second category, Mr. Speaker, is a category that one may define as one where the offense would attract a punishment of 3 years or less. In that circumstance, of course, the person may be admitted to bail, but it would depend on the circumstances. And in the third category, which is an important category and is often referred to, is the category where a person has committed an offense that, I will read the subsection because I think it speaks for itself. In full it reads, subject to Section 7, a person who is charged with a serious offense or who has been previously convicted of an offense punishable by imprisonment is not entitled to bail as of right and shall not be granted bail unless that person satisfies the court that there is just cause for doing so in all the circumstances. So that category is a category which I think most people would consider somebody in that category. Whether they should be admitted to bail, I think most people would feel that that is a question. And in many instances, most people would feel that unless that there is just cause, that a person in that category shouldn't be admitted to bail or shouldn't be granted bail. Mr. Speaker, that's something that certainly I share that view. I think that Senator Massler was making some suggestions which certainly may fit within aspects of the digital age, but as to whether they are the requirements that of paramount importance or significance to us in Dominica in our particular circumstances at this particular time, that's a matter for further discussion. But in my humble and respectful opinion, at this stage, we probably need to establish the basics of ensuring that we have a system in place, a regularized system for bail, and then maybe later down we can consider some of those. And we may need to come back to the House for a loan, Senator, to be able to fund the electronic gadgets that you are speaking about, bearing in mind some of the debate earlier on in the day. But Mr. Speaker, the critical factor is to recognize that the intention of this bill is not to punish, but it is to ensure that we have a system of justice that not only appears to be delivering justice, but in fact does so. And Mr. Speaker, the bill has taken the trouble to try to navigate that course of respecting the rights of the individual and also respecting the rights of the citizens. And you will see, Mr. Speaker, and those listening, that the bill provides for example, the right of an individual essentially to appeal. So the magistrate's court, a person does not get bail, they will be entitled in appropriate circumstances to apply to the High Court for bail. And this bill introduces, for example, the necessity for the court to provide a certificate, a written record of its decision, whether to grant bail or to refuse bail. And if it's refusing bail, obviously it's required, the court will be required to state its reasons for refusing bail. That document will provide assistance to somebody who wants to appeal and also to the court considering the appeal to be able to determine whether the considerations applied by the court in deciding whether to grant or refuse bail are appropriate in the circumstance. Additionally, and a new introduction certainly for our jurisdiction, is the right to the prosecution also to appeal against the grant of bail in appropriate circumstances. That's not an attempt to prevent the courts from granting bail, but it's an attempt to bring the balance that we're talking about, because there may be circumstances where the prosecution and perhaps even the wider society take the view that bail has been granted to an individual in an inappropriate circumstance. And in that circumstance, the prosecution will have the ability, subject to following quite strict provisions, to appeal against that decision and perhaps certainly make the case to the higher court as to why that individual ought not to be granted bail. So all in all, Mr. Speaker, I think that the bill has done a good job of seeking to navigate the rights of the individual and society, and I trust and certainly I feel confident that it will be a good foundation, a good basis upon which we can move forward. And of course, like all pieces of legislation, it's really in the application that one gets to see how it actually works. So once it's out there and the practitioners and the courts are using it, if of course there are shortcomings or areas in which we can improve, whether it be as Senator Massler suggests or otherwise, then of course I suspect that we will be back before this honourable House to make the necessary amendments to ensure that the bill is fit for purpose and it does what we require as a society. Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I support the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I guess everybody wants to go home. It's Christmas time. I just stand here to highly commend the members of the House and either side who spoke in support of this intended measure. And just to say further to what the Attorney General said, and with reference to the granting of bail by the police of the rank of inspector or an officer in charge of a police station, and those offenses only refer to offenses where a warrant in the first instance is not actually issued by a court for the arrest of an accused person for a serious offense, namely burglary, etc., etc. So those charges or after charge bail that can be granted under Section 5(1), subsection 2, by the police only refer to minor offenses and more or less offenses under the Small Charges Act, nuisance charges, a man for drunkenness, two guys had a fight. We are not actually condoning that, and I wanted just to share light on that, so thereby police cannot actually behave as a court or a magistrate or a judge. It's important to note that. Mr. Speaker, we also appreciate the fact that we need concurrently to work on the infrastructure to ensure that people do not spend too much time on remand. And that is why your government is moving with haste and to significantly improve the High Court. And of course, by this month end, we're going to have a modern court where we shall have not only the criminal High Court, but also provision will be made for the Master's Court, because the Master's Court is important for pre-trial issues to facilitate the actual trial. So you can have less judicial time, so people can spend less time at the remand centers. Also at state prisons, we are building a multi-purpose section, and provision has been made for remand cases of hearing can be held up there, and that by itself will also reduce judicial time. So this is a historic bill, the first of its nature in Dominica, and I wanted to say further, Mr. Speaker, that building a country to its maximum potential does not only include nice roads and buildings and adding value to the human capital, but it also entails ensuring that our laws are modernized and are responsive to our needs. And I think that bill, as Honorable Catherine Denny rightly said, does that. And as the AG rightly said, it doesn't mean that you're not entitled to bail. But what we're trying to do is to ensure that there is some element or semblance, for a more appropriate word, of consistency in the granting of bail, and that we recognize as a society that certain crime, there's consensus among us that murder, premeditated murder is a serious crime. All of us agree to that. Sexual connection with a minor is a serious crime, and therefore has to be viewed. A crime of that nature has to be viewed seriously, not only by the Parliament, but Parliament can only pass laws. But the court has to do its work also, and that's important to note. And this government, as I wind up, Mr. Speaker, has passed significant landmark legislation. We repealed the Firearms Act in 2011, and which allows for more stringent measures and sentences. We repeal and lead a historic piece of legislation, Sexual Offences Act, you can recall that, where we have said that a woman, when she said, yes, I do, she did not say, yes, I do, to be forced to have sex. We were criticized for that. The same relates to the man, that a woman cannot rape her husband. So it goes both ways. But we have to understand that society is endlessly male-ordered. So it's always the woman who's on the receiving end. And as a consequence, this government was recognized globally for that. And then just recently, we took a progressive step to decriminalize, the possession of a certain quantum of marijuana. And incidentally, the leader of the opposition was not there, and today he's not there. But all of them talk about crime and the government condoning crime. And when the government comes before this House to take serious measures, they are not there to debate the measure before this Honorable House. Who is serious now? We. So, Mr. Speaker, I commend this bill before this Honorable House, and just to permit me, will you, So on behalf of the people of my constituency and my family, to express in the most profound manner condolences to the family of Mr. Christopher Timmins, who lived in my constituency. I was his power rep, and his death, of course, impacted all of us. We just, a couple months ago, gave out 40 apartments, and his impression is all over that building. This basketball court / netball court, which will serve the National Front, was his baby. And of course, Mr. Speaker, and I have to say that, he designed the most dynamic primary school Dominica is going to see, the Mao Primary School, Mr. Speaker, with the help of the Prime Minister, the Minister for Education. And it's an L-shaped, beautiful building. It was designed by him. And it was incidentally, Mr. Speaker, again, not abusing that word incidentally. On Thursday, he forwarded me a picture with himself and the contractors for the Mao School. You get my point? On Thursday. And on Saturday, we spoke about Sunday, going around the basketball court to think about how we're going to finish and finalize the project, and to maybe talk to the young lady who's selling chicken by the roadside to help her to standardize the approach, and he has passed on. May his soul rest in peace. He was a good man, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very much sorry for his passing, but life has to go on. And finally, Mr. Speaker, but most importantly, I want to say, wish members of the residents of the best constituency, I see Rosa trying hard, of the best constituency, the Mao constituency, Mr. Speaker. A Merry Christmas. And I lamented. I went outside and was speaking to myself, and I was struck by the fact that the leader of the opposition and others, they are vexed now that ordinary folks eating ham. Before Labour, once that used to eat ham on Christmas, but now, tout moun ka manje ham and turkey because Labour. Yes,
You have to translate. Please translate, Honorable Minister.
Yes, we've got information. So the guys by the lab, they say, "Parrot, thank you for ham," and tell the Prime Minister, "Thank you." Them are eating the ham.
You say tout moun ka manje ham.
Well, everybody eating ham and turkey because of Labour. Okay, so Mr. Speaker, I have to say that. So we will continue, and I'm saying we make no apologies. If you have a big family, we give you 2 or 3. Understand? And it's ham in your skin and taking your skin because you don't make a little party. Understand? And that's all the business. And I want to say that, Mr. Speaker. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Bill Act 2020 be read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The bill will now be read a second time.
Bill Act 2020.
The bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House. House resumes, and I have to report that the bill shortly entitled Bill Act 2020 passed the committee stage with several minor amendments. The question is that the report of the committee on the bill be adopted. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled the Bill Act 2020 be read a third time and passed.
Seconded.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Bill Act 2020 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Bill Act 2020.
The bill has been read a third time and passed accordingly.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move the motion to adjourn the House sine die, but I want to take the opportunity to wish all members of this Honorable House a wonderful season. To yourself, of course, Mr. Speaker, and to the clerk and the stenographers and the police, the GIS staff, and all of the persons in the Speaker's office who provide services to this House under sometimes very strenuous times, long hours, but they always do so very faithfully and dutifully. And so we want to wish them all a Merry Christmas, to the AG's office and the Chief Parliamentary Draftsman and staff who provided support in the drafting of the legislation, to the staff of the Ministry of Finance and Justice, and to all Dominicans from all walks of life. This is a season to be merry. This is a season of sharing. This is a season of giving. And this is a season when we celebrate the birth of Christ. And our hope and prayer is that the birth of Christ will remind us of our own circumstance, but more importantly, of the circumstances of others. And we all know under what circumstance Christ was born, and how he was able to live his life. And he has shared with us certain practices that we should all follow. And we continue to pray that we will all continue to seek to walk in the path of Jesus Christ. This is our country. We will not always agree, but we should not always disagree either. And I think this is where we have to agree that yes, we can disagree, but are there some things that we can agree on? Are there some things that are good in our country that we can boldly say that they're good without having a conjunction, the usual but? If we say it, let us say it emphatically, that we mean it, it is true, we believe it, this is our country and so forth. Because at the end of the day, we can fight with each other, but we only have ourselves to rely on to build this country. There are friends and partners who help us, but the fundamental role of building our country, like our families, is our responsibility to take care of our families' needs. And therefore, it's our responsibility to take care of our own needs. This country has been, like all other countries, have been through a challenging year. I know all of us are looking forward to midnight of December 31, when we can say goodbye to 2021. But it is written, 2020, the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. Blessed be his name. So we must not lose faith in ourselves. We must not lose faith in our country. And more importantly, we must not lose faith in our God. And this is not a time for us to look at the negatives in life. We must turn adversity into moments of prosperity. when Jesus was invited to the wedding, and the bride's father hid away all the wine, they could have ended the party. But the Lord turned water into wine, and there was Mary. So out of nothing, we can turn into something constructive and positive. And at the end of the day, we will all be asked, what have you done to the least of my brothers? That's the fundamental question which we all will be subjected to. And we, in this period of giving, we have to reach out. We have to reach out. And we as a society, we have to be very careful. And I say so with no political consideration. We have to be very careful about criticizing things or actions which help the poor. We have to be very careful with this. Because our actions on earth are really grounded in Matthew 25, 31, 40. There are some fundamental questions which were asked, and which each of us must ask ourselves in our own spiritual reflection in this Christmas season, and to grade ourselves. And because when we give, we have to give freely, and with nothing in return expected. But we have to give nonetheless. And this is an important season for many. It's an exciting season. Whether you're Christian or non-Christian, this is an important moment for us. And it's a time for us to really do our own introspection and the lessons that we've learned in this year. None of us ever imagined that we would live to see a complete shutdown. And so we really have to look at ourselves in society and recognize that for us to be alive today is a blessing. And we have to ensure that we transfer that blessing. And it cannot be done in words. It has to be done in deeds and actions. And the question is, what are those deeds and what are those actions we have to do? And so I really want to wish Dominicans a Merry Christmas. Mr. Speaker, I am optimistic about our 2021. I am an optimist. I don't complain about struggles. I look at the opportunities in struggles. And when you look at the opportunities in struggles, it makes it easier for you to go through your trials. Because I always remind myself, even when I was growing up, that somebody else has it more difficult than me. Somebody else has it more difficult than me. And you were reading these little stories about people complaining about the shoes that they have. They do not like the shoes. And then they're reminded, but there are people with no legs. So what we have is given to us by the Lord, and therefore we must thank the Lord for it. We must not pay attention to what we have and then go searching for that which we do not yet have, or that which we think we should have. And I think if each of us in our society thank God for what we have, we'll be happier people. We'll be more contented people. And this will give us an opportunity to work to achieve more. And this is why I keep reminding us in our society that we must never look at the glass half empty. We must look at the glass half full. Because that which is in the glass did not come by our own actions. It was given to us by the Lord. And therefore, let us count, as we say in church, let us count our blessings one by one. And one of the first blessings we have to thank God is that He has been with us. Look at this, A small country like this, limited resources, under a number of circumstances, the health system is challenged. because we have a high incidence of CNCDs, we have a high incidence of motor vehicle accidents, and it's challenged because we are not eating as we ate before with our vegetables and so forth, and we're not exercising as we did because nobody walks to anywhere, everybody drives to everywhere, and so we are getting sicker as the years go by. And for our country, and we thank God for this, not to have had any deaths. And in the earlier days of the COVID-19, when people were still figuring what kind of medication to use, what combination of drugs to use to treat this, even today it's still a challenge. We had 2 of our citizens who were in the 80s with underlying health issues, asthmatic, hypertensive, diabetic, and they survived COVID-19 in our country. And so let us not take these things for granted, because if we do not thank God for these blessings, you know, we will pay the price for our ingratitude as individuals and as a society. And I always say to people, look not on me. This is not about me. I always maintain that I'm just passing through. The Lord has placed me in this position for the time being, and that's what it is. But we must never lose sight of the fact that we have a nation to build, and we have a young minds among us to mold, and to ensure that we leave this earth, or we leave whatever task we have in a better circumstance than which we inherited it, so that succeeding generations can have less of a challenge that we have had in circumventing all of the world's challenges. And so I'm calling us as a nation to do some reflections. And can we not be a more gentler people in 2021? Why is it that we cannot greet each other, say good morning to each other? Why is it that we do not look out for our neighbor? You know, why do we have such animosity within ourselves? Based on worldly things, you know. And I think we have to accept that while we carry out the functions, it is the Lord who really ordains those actions and functions. And if we say we are a Christian nation and we read the Bible every day and we go to church, then why is it that we always want to go contrary to what the Bible says? In terms of respecting authority, in terms of praying for our leaders, whether it's church leaders or political leaders or whatever it is. You know, we really have to reset ourselves, and leadership across the country in all spheres of society must take back their responsibilities. There has been an abdication of responsibilities in our society, and everybody is looking for better life, but they're only looking for the better life from the government. Ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country, was said by the President of the United States, John F. Kennedy. And that saying, that quotation, is more relevant now in the society than it was when he said it in the 70s. It's more relevant now, because more and more we have to paddle our canoe by ourselves. And we have to also appreciate that we're all in this boat. What are we going to do when water starts coming in? Are we going to bail out the water? Or are we going to puncture holes into the boat, hoping that it sinks, and hoping that the few of us who may be able to swim can swim ashore? When we do that, sometimes it's the person who cannot swim who survives. And so, you know, I want to wish us a Merry Christmas. I believe we will have a peaceful Christmas, an enjoyable Christmas. The Lord has been good to this country. What this country has gone through, and to be still standing is nothing short but miraculous. Nothing short but miraculous. And these things are examples to remind us that we have to renew our faith. Renew our faith in ourselves, in our country, and in our God. And I think this is an opportune time for us, having gone through this huge challenge of COVID-19, which is still with us, and we must be Job-like in our fight to resist the temptation of cursing God and die. We're not ready to die. We have work to do as a country and as a people, and therefore we have to maintain our faith in our people. And so I wish everyone a Merry Christmas, and I am confident that the Lord will continue to bless us, because look at this, Mr. Speaker. In the midst of this pandemic, we as a nation, and I'm not saying government alone, we as a nation are putting plans in place for the biggest infrastructural project we would have ever seen in our lifetime in our country. Over $900 million, our international airport. So there are blessings in disguise in difficult times. It is for us to have clear eyes and a clear vision to be able to see those blessings in disguise and hold on to them and have them mushroom to the benefit of all our people. Mr. Speaker, I want to move that the House be adjourned sine die.
Second the motion.
It has been moved and seconded that the House be adjourned sine die. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. House stands adjourned. House is adjourned sine die.